I discovered my wife's affair, so I secretly documented everything before confronting her. I'm 35 million male, and I just discovered my wife of 8 years has been having an affair with her personal trainer for the past 14 months. Instead of confronting her immediately, I spent 6 weeks silently gathering evidence. Bank records showing she'd spent $47,000 on hotel rooms and gifts for him, text messages, photos, even hiring a PI to document their meetings. When I finally confronted her with a 200-page dossier of evidence, she broke down and begged for forgiveness, claiming it was just physical and meant nothing. I filed for divorce the next day and used all the evidence to secure a favorable settlement where she gets minimal alimony and I keep the house. She's now telling everyone I'm vindictive for ambushing her with evidence instead of talking to her when I first suspected. Am I the just for planning my exit strategy before giving her a chance to explain? I should have known something was wrong 6 months ago when Jessica suddenly became obsessed with fitness. She'd never been particularly into working out, but suddenly she was at the gym 6 days a week, hired a personal trainer named Devin, and started dressing differently. Tighter clothes, more makeup, constantly checking her phone. I trusted her completely, so I didn't think much of it. We'd been married 8 years, together for 10. We had a good life. Nice house in the suburbs, 2 dogs, stable careers. I'm a civil engineer, she's a marketing manager. Combined income around $240,000. No kids yet, but we'd been discussing starting to try. The first real warning sign was 3 months ago when she started working late constantly. She'd text saying she had client dinners or presentations, getting home at 10 or 11 p.m. When she'd come home, she'd shower immediately, said she felt gross from the day and wanted to clean up before bed. Then, I noticed charges on our joint credit card. A hotel downtown, $380. When I asked about it, she said her company had booked it for an out-of-town client meeting and accidentally charged our personal card instead of the corporate one. She'd get reimbursed. The explanation made sense. But then 2 weeks later, another hotel charge, $420. This time she said she'd needed to stay late for a project and the hotel was closer than driving home. I was starting to feel uneasy, but still didn't want to believe anything was wrong. The breakthrough came when I borrowed her laptop because mine was updating. She'd left Gmail open. I know snooping is wrong, but something made me check her messages. What I found destroyed me. Months of explicit texts with someone named Devin. The same Devin who was her personal trainer. Messages about meeting at hotels, about how much they missed each other, about how he made her feel alive in ways I never had. Photos I won't describe. Plans to meet up after her client dinners. I scrolled through months of messages. The affair had been going on for over a year, multiple times per week. Hotels, his apartment, even our house when I was traveling for work. I felt physically sick. But I didn't confront her, not yet. Something in me clicked into strategic mode. If she'd been lying for a year, I needed to protect myself legally and financially before tipping her off. I spent the next 6 weeks in detective mode while pretending everything was normal. I hired a private investigator who documented their meetings, photographs of them entering hotels together, detailed logs of their encounters. I secretly pulled our financial records and was shocked at what I found. Over the past 14 months, Jessica had spent $47,000 on the affair. Hotel rooms charged to our joint credit card that I'd never noticed because I didn't scrutinize every charge. Expensive gifts for him, a $3,000 watch, designer clothes, even helping with his rent. Dinners at high-end restaurants I'd never been to. She'd been funding an entire secret relationship with our marital assets, lying about every charge. The out-of-town client meetings were affair hotels. The project expenses were dates with Devin. She'd been stealing from our joint accounts to support her boyfriend. I consulted a divorce attorney who advised me to document everything before confronting her. In our state, Adultery affects alimony determinations. The financial evidence would also be crucial. She'd been misusing marital funds, which could impact property division. I gathered bank statements, credit card records, copies of all the text messages, the PI's surveillance reports, everything. My attorney helped me prepare a comprehensive dossier, 200 pages of evidence documenting the 14-month affair and $47,000 in misappropriated marital funds. I also quietly secured my finances, moved half of our joint savings to a separate account as I was legally entitled to do, changed passwords on my personal accounts, made sure she couldn't drain our resources once she knew I'd discovered the affair. During these 6 weeks, Jessica was still coming home, kissing me, sleeping next to me, all while continuing to see Devin. She'd text him, "I love you," in the morning, then tell me she loved me at night. The duplicity was stunning. Finally, I was ready. I documented everything, secured my finances, and had divorce papers prepared. I scheduled a meeting with Jessica on a Saturday morning, telling her we needed to talk about our finances. She came to the table expecting a budget discussion. Instead, I placed the 200-page dossier in front of her, said simply, "I know about Devin. I know everything." Her face went white. She started stammering, asking what I meant. I opened the dossier to photos of her and Devin entering hotels. Her hands started shaking. She tried to deny it at first, said the photos could be explained, that Devin was just a friend. I showed her the text messages, her own words saying she loved him, explicit messages about their sexual relationship, messages calling me boring, and saying she stayed with me for financial security. She broke down crying, admitted everything, said it had started as innocent flirtation at the gym and escalated, that Devin made her feel desired in a way she hadn't felt in years, that she'd never meant to hurt me, and it was just physical. I showed her the financial records. $47,000 of our money spent on her affair. She went pale, said she didn't realize it was that much, that she'd lost track. I asked if she thought I'd be okay with her spending $10,000 on an affair. What amount would have been acceptable? She begged for forgiveness, said she'd end things with Devin immediately, that we could go to marriage counseling, that she'd made a terrible mistake, but we could fix this, that our 8 years together meant something, and she didn't want to lose me. I handed her the divorce papers. Jessica's reaction went from begging to angry. She accused me of being calculating and cold, said I'd been spying on her for weeks instead of confronting her when I first suspected something, that I'd ambushed her with evidence instead of giving her a chance to explain. I pointed out that she'd had 14 months to explain and had chosen to lie every single day, that I'd spent 6 weeks gathering evidence while she'd spent that same time continuing the affair. She claimed I'd violated her privacy by reading her messages and hiring a PI. I reminded her that she'd violated our marriage vows by conducting a 14-month affair funded with $47,000 of our marital assets. The divorce process has been brutal. My attorney used all the evidence effectively. The documented affair and financial misuse significantly impacted the settlement. In our state, adultery can affect alimony, and the financial evidence showed she'd wasted marital assets. The final settlement, I keep the house. We'd put down $100,000 from my inheritance as the down payment. She gets her car and her personal belongings. I pay minimal alimony, just $800 a month for 3 years, far less than the $2,500 a month she'd requested. The $47,000 she spent on the affair was counted as dissipation of marital assets and reduced her share of the settlement. She's furious about the outcome. Her lawyer tried to argue that I'd manufactured a vindictive case by secretly gathering evidence. My attorney countered that documenting the truth isn't vindictive. It's prudent when your spouse is actively lying and stealing. Jessica has been telling friends and family that I'm heartless, that when she made a mistake, instead of fighting for our marriage, I'd coldly documented everything to hurt her in divorce court, That I'd never really loved her if I could spend 6 weeks planning our divorce while pretending nothing was wrong. But what was I supposed to do? Confront her immediately so she could minimize, trickle truth, and hide evidence? Give her time to move money or destroy records? Trust that she'd be honest when she'd been lying daily for over a year? Some of our mutual friends have taken her side. They say I was too strategic, too cold. That relationships deserve second chances, and I'd been planning my exit instead of planning to save the marriage. That the evidence gathering felt like entrapment. Others understand completely. They say Jessica conducted a year-long affair and spent $47,000 doing it. That I protected myself legally, which was smart given her betrayal. That her complaining about my strategy is rich considering her 14-month deception. My parents are proud of me for handling it maturely. My dad said most men would have blown up and made impulsive decisions. I'd kept my head and protected my interests. Jessica's parents called me, said I'd destroyed their daughter over a fling and could have handled it without divorce. I asked if they thought 14 months and $47,000 qualified as a fling. They hung up. Devin, the personal trainer, apparently broke up with Jessica once the affair became public. He'd thought she was separated, not actively married and lying to her husband. She'd told him we had an arrangement, and I knew about their relationship. He was horrified to learn the truth and wanted nothing to do with the drama. So, Jessica lost her affair partner, her marriage, her house, and got minimal alimony. She's living in a small apartment and has had to seriously downgrade her lifestyle. She posted on social media that I'd blindsided her and manipulated the legal system to punish her for being unhappy in our marriage. That I'd weaponized evidence instead of trying to understand why she'd strayed. I haven't responded publicly, but privately I know the truth. She had a 14-month affair, spent $47,000 of our money on it, lied to me every single day, and only showed remorse when caught with undeniable proof. I spent 6 weeks documenting that reality before confronting her. That's not vindictive. That's being prepared when dealing with someone who'd been systematically lying for over a year. Am I the Jenner for gathering evidence before confronting my cheating wife? Reddit seems divided. Some say I was smart and protected myself. Others say I was cold and never gave the marriage a chance. I think I gave the marriage 8 years. She gave it up for a personal trainer and expensive hotels. I just made sure I had proof before she could rewrite the story. My husband's business trips were affair getaways. I showed up at his hotel with his boss. I'm 33-year-old Phil, and I just discovered my husband's monthly business trips were actually romantic getaways with his coworker. He'd been telling me for 18 months that he had required client meetings in Chicago, staying at nice hotels on the company card. Turns out he and his coworker Vanessa were expensing affair trips and charging them to his corporate account. When I found proof, instead of confronting him privately, I contacted his boss and we both showed up at the hotel during his next business trip. He was fired on the spot for expense fraud, Vanessa was fired too, and now I'm divorcing him. He claims I destroyed his career out of spite when I could have just confronted him about the affair privately. Am I to the for reporting the expense fraud instead of just addressing the cheating? My husband Marcus and I have been married for 7 years. He's an account executive at a tech company. I'm a teacher. We don't have kids yet. We'd been planning to start trying next year once we were more financially stable. About 18 months ago, Marcus's work travel increased significantly. He'd been doing local sales before, but his boss promoted him to a regional role that required monthly trips to Chicago to meet with major clients. 4 days a month, every month, he'd fly to Chicago for client dinners and strategy meetings. I was proud of his promotion, though I missed him during the trips. He'd call every evening from his hotel, tell me about his meetings, complain about difficult clients. He'd come home exhausted, saying the travel was draining but necessary for his career growth. The trips were consistent, always the 3rd week of each month, always Wednesday through Saturday, always staying at the Ritz-Carlton. Marcus said the company put him up somewhere nice because he was entertaining high-value clients. Last month, I was organizing our home office and found Marcus's corporate credit card statement that had been mailed to our house instead of his office. I wasn't snooping deliberately, but the charges caught my eye. Ritz-Carlton, Chicago, $2,847 for 4 nights. Expensive restaurant charges, $387 at a steakhouse, $298 at Italian place, $412 at a seafood restaurant. But what stood out were duplicate charges. 2 entrees, 2 drinks, 2 desserts on every bill. Marcus had always told me he was dining with clients, but client dinners would have more than 2 people. I looked back through several months of statements I found filed away. Same pattern every trip. Hotel charges for a suite, not a standard room. Restaurant bills for exactly 2 people. Even spa charges, couples massage, $645. If these were business trips, why was Marcus booking suites? Why were all his dinners for 2 people? Why was he getting couples massages on the company card? I felt sick. I logged into our shared computer and checked Marcus's email. He always left it logged in. Found his travel confirmations. The hotel reservations were under his name, but there was a note. Second guest, Vanessa Chen. Vanessa. I knew that name. She worked in Marcus's department. He'd mentioned her casually before, said she was a good colleague. Every single hotel reservation for the past 18 months listed Vanessa as the second guest. I checked his text messages on the computer. They synced from his phone. Found months of messages with Vanessa. Nothing explicitly sexual in text. They were too smart for that. But lots of "can't wait for Chicago" and "missing you already," and planning which restaurants to try on their next trip. I found photos on his cloud backup. Pictures of Marcus and Vanessa together in Chicago. Romantic dinners, tourist activities, clearly couple photos, not business meeting photos. My husband had been taking his coworker on monthly romantic getaways for 18 months, charging everything to his corporate card, and telling me they were business trips. I could have confronted Marcus immediately, but something else occurred to me. This wasn't just an affair, it was corporate fraud. He was expensing personal travel and romantic dinners as business expenses. That's theft from his employer. I made copies of everything. Credit card statements showing the charges. Hotel reservations listing Vanessa as his guest. Photos of them together clearly not in business meetings. Text messages coordinating their trips. Then I did something calculated. I contacted Marcus's boss, David, through LinkedIn. Said I had important information about expense fraud in Marcus's regional travel budget and asked if we could meet. David agreed to meet me at a coffee shop. I showed him everything. The hotel suites charged as business expenses, the romantic dinners for 2, the couple's spa treatments. The photos proving these weren't client meetings, but personal trips with his coworker. David's face went from confused to angry as he reviewed the evidence. He said corporate would need to investigate, but this looked like clear expense fraud. Easily $75,000 to $100,000 in fraudulent charges over 18 months. I told David when Marcus's next Chicago trip was scheduled, in 5 days. Asked if David wanted to see the fraud in action. He said yes. We planned it together. David would fly to Chicago, and we'd both show up at the Ritz-Carlton during Marcus's business trip. Catch him and Vanessa together, confront the fraud in person. The following Wednesday, Marcus left for Chicago. Kissed me goodbye, said he'd call from the hotel that evening. I watched him drive away, then flew to Chicago myself that afternoon. David met me at the hotel. We went to the front desk, explained we needed to speak with Marcus Wilson regarding a corporate matter. The receptionist confirmed he was checked in. Presidential suite, 2 guests. David used his corporate authority to get a key to the suite. Said it was a company emergency. We took the elevator to the suite floor. David knocked. Marcus opened the door in a hotel robe, clearly expecting room service. His face went white when he saw his boss and his wife standing there together. Behind him, I could see Vanessa on the couch, also in a robe, champagne glasses on the table. David spoke first. "Marcus, pack your things. You're terminated effective immediately for expense fraud. Corporate security will be contacting you about reimbursement for fraudulent charges." Marcus started stammering. David held up his hand. "I've seen the evidence. 18 months of personal travel expensed as business. We'll be conducting a full audit. Vanessa, you're terminated as well. Both of you leave the hotel immediately." Marcus looked at me, realized I'd been the one who reported him. "You did this? You got me fired?" I said. "You committed expense fraud. I reported it. Those are your choices and their consequences." Vanessa grabbed her things and left quickly. Marcus packed in silence while David and I waited. He tried once to explain, said the trips had started as legitimate business, then evolved into something else. But he'd been bringing in good revenue, so he thought the expenses were justified. David said, billing personal romantic getaways to corporate is fraud, regardless of sales performance. That Marcus would be lucky if the company didn't press criminal charges. We escorted Marcus out of the hotel. David stayed to coordinate with corporate security. I flew home. Marcus arrived home the next day, fired and humiliated. He was furious with me. Said I'd destroyed his career over an affair that I could have addressed privately. That reporting him to his boss and getting him fired was vindictive beyond the actual issue. I said the actual issue was him stealing from his employer. The affair was one thing, the expense fraud was another. He'd committed a crime, and I'd reported it. He claimed the two were inseparable, that I'd only reported the fraud because I wanted revenge for the affair. He's right. I wouldn't have looked at his expenses if I hadn't suspected the affair. But once I saw the fraud, I couldn't ignore it. Marcus says I should have confronted him about the cheating and given him a chance to end things before destroying his career. But he'd been lying for 18 months. Why would I trust him to suddenly be honest? I filed for divorce the same week. Marcus moved out. He's living with a friend while job hunting. No company will hire him. He was fired for expense fraud and can't get a reference from his previous employer. Vanessa is also jobless. She'd been fired for the same fraud. Her LinkedIn shows she's seeking new opportunities, but with a termination for cause on her record, she's struggling. Marcus's family blames me entirely. His mother called saying I destroyed her son's career and financial stability out of spite over marriage problems. I asked if she thought stealing $100,000 from his employer should have consequences. She said I could have let the company discover it themselves instead of reporting him. But that's not how employment fraud works. If you know about it and don't report it, you're potentially complicit. My friends are divided. Some say I did exactly right. Marcus committed fraud and deserved to be fired. The affair was bad enough, but billing romantic getaways to corporate made it a crime. Others think I was vindictive, that I could have confronted Marcus about the affair and let him resign quietly before reporting the fraud. That getting him fired was revenge, not justice. My parents support my decision completely. My dad said Marcus made his choices: affair with a coworker, expense fraud, lying for 18 months. I didn't destroy his career. He destroyed it himself by committing crimes. The divorce is proceeding smoothly because Marcus has no leverage. He committed documented fraud and had a documented affair. His lawyer advised him to accept my terms because fighting would expose the expense fraud to potential criminal prosecution. I'm keeping the house. Marcus is paying spousal support despite having no job. Court ordered it based on his previous income. He'll need to find work or face contempt charges. AITA for reporting my husband's expense fraud instead of just confronting him about the affair? Reddit is very divided on this one. Half say I'm completely justified, that Marcus committed real fraud, $100,000 in fake expenses is theft. that reporting crime to his employer was correct regardless of the affair, that he destroyed his own career by billing personal romantic trips to corporate. The other half say I was vindictive, that I only reported the fraud because of the affair, so my motivation was revenge, not justice, that I could have confronted him privately and let him resign before reporting, that I deliberately maximized his consequences by involving his boss. Here's my perspective. Yes, I discovered the fraud because I suspected an affair. But once I saw the evidence, months of fraudulent charges, hundreds of thousands of dollars stolen from his employer, I couldn't ignore it. If I'd stayed silent, I'd be complicit in ongoing fraud. Marcus would have continued billing fake trips, his company would continue being stolen from, and I'd be keeping quiet about a crime. The affair alone would have ended our marriage. The fraud ended his career. But those were his choices. To cheat with a coworker and to commit expense fraud for 18 months. I just decided not to protect him from the consequences. Marcus is unemployed and unemployable in his field. Vanessa is in the same situation. They're both facing potential civil suits from their former employer for reimbursement. And I'm divorced, living in our house, moving forward with my life. Some people think reporting the fraud was too far. I think committing the fraud was too far, and I simply chose not to be complicit in covering it up. Marcus destroyed his own career. I just documented it. My fiancée cheated during my deployment, so I exposed her at our wedding rehearsal dinner. I'm 29, male, Army veteran, and I just called off my wedding 24 hours before the ceremony after discovering my fiancée, Ashley, had been cheating on me during my deployment. Instead of canceling quietly, I gathered all our wedding guests at the rehearsal dinner and played a slideshow of evidence. Screenshots of her affair texts, photos of her with the guy, even a video where she mocked me to him for being too boring compared to her AP. She ran out crying. Her family is mortified, and now everyone's calling me cruel for publicly humiliating her instead of handling it privately. But she'd been planning to marry me while secretly continuing the affair, so I made sure everyone knew exactly who they'd traveled to celebrate. Am I that for exposing a cheater at our wedding event? Ashley and I got engaged 3 years ago, right before my deployment to Kuwait. I was gone for 11 months. It was hard on both of us. Limited communication, time zone differences, the stress of military life. But we video called when we could, sent care packages, counted down the days until I'd be home. I came back in March, and Ashley seemed different. More distant, distracted with her phone, less physically affectionate. I chalked it up to us needing time to readjust. Deployment changes both people in a relationship. I figured we'd reconnect as we settled back into normal life. We set our wedding date for September, 6 months after my return. Ashley dove into wedding planning with her mother and bridesmaids. She seemed excited about the wedding, constantly showing me venue options, dress styles, invitation designs. I was happy she was so involved since I was dealing with the transition back to civilian life. 2 weeks before the wedding, everything was finalized. 150 guests, beautiful venue, honeymoon in Italy booked. My family had flown in from across the country. Ashley's family was hosting events all week. The rehearsal dinner was scheduled for Friday night, wedding Saturday afternoon. On Wednesday, 4 days before the wedding, I was using Ashley's laptop because mine was dead, and I needed to check something for work. She'd left Facebook Messenger open. I wasn't snooping intentionally, but a message popped up from someone named Brad Hart. The preview said, "Can't wait to see you this weekend while he's busy with wedding stuff. Hotel room is booked." My stomach dropped. I clicked into the conversation and found months of messages. They'd been together since January, 2 months before I'd even returned from deployment. She'd been cheating while I was still overseas. I scrolled back through the conversation, my hands shaking. Messages about missing each other. Plans to meet up. Complaints about me, that I was boring, too serious, damaged from deployment. She'd told Brad the wedding was just for stability, and they'd continue seeing each other after. that I'd never suspect anything because I trusted her completely. There were photos, videos, evidence of an 8-month affair that she'd been conducting while planning our wedding and letting me believe we were rebuilding our relationship. I felt sick, but I didn't confront her immediately. Instead, I took screenshots of everything, downloaded the messages, the photos, the videos where she mocked me. I wanted undeniable proof of what she'd been doing. I spent the next 36 hours in a fog. Ashley had no idea I knew. She was excited about final wedding preparations, talking about how perfect everything would be. Meanwhile, I was sitting on evidence that our entire relationship was a lie. I could have confronted her privately, could have called off the wedding quietly. But 150 people were coming to celebrate our marriage. They'd bought gifts, taken time off work, traveled from across the country, and they were coming to watch Ashley marry me, while she was actively planning to see her affair partner during our wedding weekend. I decided they deserved to know the truth. I took all the screenshots and created a presentation, set it to music, ironically, the song we'd chosen for our first dance. Added captions with dates showing the timeline. When the affair started, while I was deployed. When it continued, after I returned. When she told Brad she'd keep seeing him after the wedding. The rehearsal dinner was at a nice restaurant, private room for 60 of our closest family and friends. Everyone was happy, toasting to us, celebrating. Ashley looked beautiful in her white rehearsal dress. Her parents gave a touching speech about how proud they were. Then I stood up. Said I wanted to show everyone a special video before the wedding. Ashley smiled, probably thinking it was a romantic montage. I played the presentation, the first slide, the truth about Ashley. Then screenshot after screenshot of her affair texts. Her telling Brad she loved him responding that he loved her too. Messages planning to meet during my deployment, photos of them together. The video where she laughed about me being damaged goods from the army. The room went silent. Ashley's face turned white, then red. She started shaking. Her mother gasped. My mother started crying. I let the whole presentation play. About 5 minutes of evidence showing an 8-month affair that continued right up until 2 days ago. The final slide. The wedding is canceled. Ashley can explain why. Ashley ran out of the restaurant sobbing. Her bridesmaids followed. Her father stood up, started to say something to me, then just walked out. Half the room was stunned. The other half was in chaos. My best man put his hand on my shoulder, asked if I was okay. I said I would be, eventually. My parents were horrified by what they'd seen, but supported my decision to expose it. My mom said quietly that I'd saved myself from a terrible mistake. My dad looked like he wanted to punch something. Ashley's mother came back in crying and demanded I take down the presentation and apologize, that I'd humiliated her daughter in front of everyone. I asked if she thought I should have married Ashley while she was still seeing Brad. She didn't have an answer. The rest of the rehearsal dinner was awkward and terrible. Some people left. Others stayed out of shock or not knowing what else to do. I bought everyone drinks and thanked them for coming, said I was sorry they'd traveled for nothing, but I couldn't marry someone who'd been cheating for 8 months. Most people were supportive. A few said I should have handled it privately, that public humiliation was cruel. But I don't know how to privately handle 150 people who'd come for a wedding that wasn't happening. The aftermath has been nuclear. Ashley has been blowing up my phone, alternating between apologies and anger. She's devastated I ambushed her in front of everyone, says I could have confronted her privately and we could have worked through it, that exposing the affair publicly was vindictive and cruel. But she'd been planning to marry me on Saturday while planning to see Brad on Sunday. What exactly was there to work through? Her family is mortified. Her father called to yell at me for humiliating his daughter instead of being a man and talking to her. I asked if being a man includes marrying someone who's been cheating for 8 months. He hung up. Her mother has been calling my mother, crying about how I've destroyed Ashley's reputation. My mom has been remarkably firm, told Ashley's mother that her daughter destroyed her own reputation by conducting an affair while planning a wedding. Brad, the affair partner, apparently had no idea Ashley was getting married this weekend. She'd told him she was going to a family event and would see him next week. When he found out about the wedding and the public exposure, he broke up with her. Didn't want any part of the drama. So Ashley lost her fiancé, her affair partner, and her reputation in one evening. The financial aftermath is complicated. We'd split most wedding costs 50-50, though her parents paid for the venue and catering. The contracts were non-refundable. Ashley's parents are out about $40,000. Her father is threatening to sue me for the costs, claiming I maliciously canceled a wedding. My lawyer says he has no case. The wedding was canceled due to Ashley's infidelity, which I can prove. I'm not liable for her choices. My family and friends have been incredibly supportive. My Army buddies are furious on my behalf. They know how hard deployments are on relationships, and they're disgusted that she'd been cheating while I was overseas. Some of our mutual friends have taken Ashley's side. They say what she did was wrong, but my public exposure was too far. That I humiliated her and her family in front of everyone instead of handling it like an adult. But what's the adult way to handle 150 people coming to a wedding that isn't happening? Send a mass text? Post on Facebook? Let them show up to the church and find out then. I wanted everyone to know why the wedding was canceled. I wanted them to understand I wasn't being flaky or cold feet. I was refusing to marry someone who'd been cheating throughout our engagement. Reddit is divided. Half say I'm justified. She was cheating and everyone deserved to know the truth. Half say I'm TA for public humiliation instead of private confrontation. Ashley posted on social media that I sabotaged our wedding because I couldn't forgive a mistake. She framed the affair as a brief slip during a difficult time, not an 8-month relationship that she'd planned to continue after marriage. Several people who saw the rehearsal dinner presentation called her out in comments, pointed out that the screenshots showed an 8-month affair, not a mistake. That she'd told Brad she'd keep seeing him after the wedding. Ashley deleted the post. I'm living with my parents temporarily while I figure out next steps. Ashley and I had an apartment together that we'll need to break the lease on. We have shared belongings to divide. All the logistics of ending an engagement without the ceremony. But I'm not married to someone who is cheating on me. I didn't waste my life with someone who saw me as boring stability while getting excitement from an affair partner. I exposed a cheater at our wedding rehearsal instead of at our 10-year anniversary when I finally discovered the truth. Some people think that makes me vindictive. I think it makes me someone who refused to be lied to and made sure the people celebrating us knew why there was nothing to celebrate. Mythia? Maybe. But I'm not married to Ashley, and everyone who would have watched us say vows knows exactly why. That's worth being called an asshole by people who think I should have quietly accepted betrayal. My wife faked a pregnancy to cover her affair. I exposed everything to her entire family. I'm 34 min-mil, and I just discovered my wife Claire's miscarriage last year was actually a cover-up for terminating a pregnancy from her affair. She'd told me she was pregnant with our child, then claimed she'd miscarried at 10 weeks. The grief nearly destroyed me. Now I've learned she was actually pregnant by her coworker, got an abortion, and used the miscarriage story to explain the pregnancy symptoms I'd noticed. When I found medical records proving the truth, I didn't just divorce her quietly. I sent a detailed email to her entire family explaining exactly what she'd done, including faking grief over a miscarriage to hide her affair. She's devastated I aired her private medical information to her family, but I wanted everyone who'd consoled us over the miscarriage to know the truth. Am I for exposing her fake miscarriage story to everyone? Last summer, Claire told me she was pregnant. We'd been married for 6 years, trying to conceive for 2. I was overjoyed. We told our families, posted the announcement on social media, started planning the nursery. For about 6 weeks, everything seemed perfect. Claire had pregnancy symptoms, nausea, fatigue, mood swings, We went to one early ultrasound at 8 weeks where we saw the heartbeat. I cried with happiness. Then at 10 weeks, Claire said she'd started cramping and bleeding. We rushed to the ER. The doctor came out looking somber and said there was no longer a heartbeat. We'd lost the baby. I was devastated. Claire seemed equally destroyed. We held each other in that hospital room and grieved our lost child. Our families rallied around us. Friends sent cards and meals. My mother came to stay with us for a week to help Claire through the physical and emotional recovery. The grief consumed me for months. I'd been so close to becoming a father, and then it was just gone. Claire seemed to handle it better than me. Said she was compartmentalizing, trying to stay positive, that we could try again when she was ready. We never tried again. Every time I brought up seeing a fertility specialist or trying to conceive again, Claire made excuses. Said she needed more time to heal, wasn't ready, wanted to wait. A year passed. I was getting frustrated but tried to be patient. Last month, I was looking for our insurance documents for tax purposes. Found Claire's medical records from last year mixed in. Started reading through them to find what I needed. Found records from an abortion clinic. Dated exactly when Claire had told me she'd miscarried. But it wasn't a miscarriage. It was a scheduled abortion procedure. The records showed she'd come in for a consultation, then returned for the procedure 3 days later. My hands were shaking. Why would Claire have gotten an abortion if we'd wanted the baby? Why would the ER doctor have told us it was a miscarriage if it was actually an abortion? I kept reading. The medical forms asked about the father of the pregnancy. Claire had marked, "not husband." There was a note that she'd requested the abortion because the pregnancy was from an affair and she couldn't pass it off as her husband's. She'd gotten pregnant by someone else, had scheduled an abortion, then told me she'd miscarried our baby. I felt like I'd been punched. The grief I'd carried for a year, the devastation of losing a child, had been based on a lie. There was no miscarriage. Claire had terminated a pregnancy from her affair and used the miscarriage story to explain why she was no longer pregnant. I sat with the medical records for hours, reading them over and over, trying to make sense of what they said. The details were clear. Claire had been pregnant from an extramarital relationship. She'd chosen to terminate the pregnancy. She'd fabricated the miscarriage story to cover both the pregnancy and the abortion. That evening, when Claire came home, I had the records on the kitchen table. Just laid them out without saying anything. She saw them, went white, and immediately started crying. Asked where I'd found them. I said they were mixed with our insurance documents. Asked her to explain what I was reading. She broke down completely. Admitted she'd had an affair with a coworker named Jason. It had been going on for about 3 months when she'd gotten pregnant. She'd known the timing didn't match up with when we'd last had sex. We'd been having fertility issues and our frequency was low. She'd gotten pregnant by Jason, not me. She'd panicked. Didn't want to lose our marriage, didn't want the affair exposed. So she'd told me she was pregnant with our child, knowing I'd be thrilled. Then she'd scheduled an abortion before the timing issues became obvious. The miscarriage at 10 weeks gave her a medical explanation for no longer being pregnant. I asked about the ER visit. She admitted she'd faked the cramping and bleeding, had gone to a sympathetic friend who was an ER nurse and had her help stage the miscarriage situation. The friend had given her the devastating news in a private room, and I'd believed it completely. I asked about the ultrasound at 8 weeks where we'd seen a heartbeat. She said that was real. She'd actually been pregnant, and that was our baby's heartbeat. Except it wasn't our baby. It was Jason's. I asked if the affair was still going on. She said no, that it had ended months ago, that Jason had been transferred to another office. I asked if she'd been planning to ever tell me the truth. She said no. So for the past year, I'd been grieving a miscarriage that never happened. Grieving a child that wasn't mine, that Claire had deliberately terminated while pretending to share my grief. I told Claire to leave. She begged to stay, to work through this, to go to counseling. I said there was nothing to work through. She'd had an affair, gotten pregnant, fabricated a miscarriage, and let me grieve a fake loss for a year. I wanted a divorce. She moved in with her parents that night. I filed for divorce the next day. But I wasn't done. Our families and friends had consoled us through the miscarriage. They'd sent cards, made meals, attended a memorial we'd held for the lost baby. They'd shared in our grief over something that never existed. They deserved to know the truth. I wrote a detailed email, explained that I was filing for divorce because I discovered Claire had fabricated the miscarriage we'd grieved together last year, that she'd actually been pregnant from an affair and had gotten an abortion, then lied to everyone about losing our baby. I sent the email to her entire family, her parents, siblings, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins. I sent it to our close mutual friends. I sent it to my own family so they'd hear the truth from me. I didn't include the medical records. Those felt too private. But I explained in detail what had happened. Affair, pregnancy, abortion, fake miscarriage story, year of shared grief based on lies. The response was immediate and explosive. Claire's family was horrified. Her mother called me crying, asking if it was true. I confirmed everything. Her father called Claire, and I heard later she'd admitted it all to them. Her siblings were furious with her. Her sister sent me a message saying she'd taken time off work to be with Claire after the miscarriage and felt betrayed. Her brother said he'd never look at Claire the same way. My own family was devastated. My mother was particularly hurt. She'd spent a week with us after the loss, had helped Claire through the recovery, had grieved the grandchild she thought she'd lost. Learning it was all fabricated was crushing. Claire has been blowing up my phone, says I had no right to share her private medical information with her family, that the abortion was her choice and her business, that I've humiliated her and turned everyone against her over something she did to protect our marriage. I told her the issue wasn't the abortion, it was the lie. She could have told me about the affair and pregnancy. Instead, she fabricated a miscarriage, made me grieve a fake loss, and deceived everyone for a year. Her lawyer sent a letter threatening to sue me for violating her medical privacy by discussing her abortion. My lawyer said I didn't share medical records, and I have a First Amendment right to tell people the truth about my own life, including that my wife faked a miscarriage. Friends are divided. Some say Claire's medical decisions are private, and I should have just divorced quietly without exposing the abortion. Others say faking a miscarriage to cover an affair is beyond the pale, and everyone deserved to know the truth. Her parents have been the most conflicted. They're horrified by what Claire did, but also protective of their daughter. Her mother called asking me to send a retraction email saying I'd misunderstood the situation. I refused. Claire posted on social media that I'd violated her privacy by sharing her medical information without consent. Several friends commented, supporting her right to medical privacy. Others who'd received my email commented that faking a miscarriage isn't a privacy issue, it's a deception issue. The divorce is proceeding. Claire wants to mediate, says we can move past this if I just stop telling people about the fake miscarriage. I told her, our marriage is over, and I won't pretend the miscarriage was real just to protect her reputation. Am I for sending that email to her family? Reddit is heavily divided on this one. Many say Claire's abortion is her medical business, and sharing it with her family violated her privacy, that I could have just divorced without explaining the details of her affair and medical decisions. Others say faking a miscarriage crosses a line that negates privacy concerns, that Claire used the fake miscarriage to deceive not just me, but our entire support network, that everyone who grieved with us deserved to know the truth. Here's my perspective. Yes, Claire's abortion was her medical decision, but it wasn't just an abortion. It was a fabricated miscarriage used to cover an affair. She made everyone in our lives complicit in grieving something that never existed. I spent a year devastated by a loss that was fake. My mother took time off work to help us through a crisis that was manufactured. Friends and family sent sympathy and support for something Claire had deliberately lied about. They all deserved to know the truth. Not the medical details, I didn't share the actual records, but the fact that the miscarriage they'd helped us through was a cover story for an affair and abortion. Claire can claim medical privacy all she wants, but she forfeited privacy when she made her abortion everyone else's grief. I exposed a fake miscarriage to the people who'd mourned with us. Some think that's vindictive. I think it's honest. Claire faked losing our baby and let me grieve for a year. I made sure everyone who'd consoled us knew it was a lie. She can call it a privacy violation. I call it truth-telling. Our marriage is over. Her family knows why. And I'm no longer carrying grief for a loss that never happened. I caught my girlfriend cheating with my brother, so I told his pregnant wife everything. I'm 28 years ago, and I just blew up my entire family by exposing my girlfriend's affair with my married brother. I'd been dating Lisa for 3 years and trusted my brother completely. Walked in on them together at his house when his pregnant wife was supposed to be out of town. Instead of just ending things with Lisa quietly, I immediately told my sister-in-law Emma everything and provided her with evidence I'd gathered after the discovery. Now my brother's marriage is over. Emma is filing for divorce while 7 months pregnant, and my family says I should have handled it privately instead of destroying my brother's family. Aitia for telling Emma about the affair instead of protecting my brother and dealing with Lisa separately? I've been with Lisa for 3 years. We were living together, talking about engagement, planning a future. I trusted her completely. She got along great with my family, especially my older brother Ryan. Ryan has been married to Emma for 6 years. They have a 3-year-old daughter, and Emma is currently 7 months pregnant with their second child. They seemed happy. Stable marriage, nice house, planning their growing family. 2 weeks ago, Emma mentioned to the family that she was going to visit her sister in Denver for a long weekend. She'd be leaving Friday morning and returning Monday evening. Ryan said he'd handle their daughter alone and catch up on work projects. Lisa told me she had a work conference that same weekend, Friday through Sunday in Portland. She'd be leaving Friday morning, back Sunday night. I said I'd miss her and we'd catch up when she returned. Saturday afternoon, I was playing basketball with friends near Ryan's neighborhood. We finished early and I decided to drop by Ryan's house to say hi, maybe grab lunch together. I knew he was home alone with his daughter. I pulled up to the house and saw Lisa's car in the driveway. I was confused. She was supposed to be in Portland for her conference. Maybe the conference had been canceled. I walked up to the door. It was unlocked. I let myself in, calling out for Ryan. No response from downstairs. I heard noises from upstairs. Music playing, voices. I walked up and the bedroom door was partially open. I could see Lisa and Ryan together in his bed. They were clearly having sex, completely oblivious to me standing in the doorway. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity but was probably 5 seconds. Then Ryan saw me. His face went white. Lisa turned, saw me, screamed and grabbed the sheets. I said nothing, just turned and walked out. Got in my car and drove away while they both called after me. My phone started blowing up immediately. Texts from Lisa begging me to come back and talk. Calls from Ryan asking me to let him explain. I ignored all of it and drove to my parents' house. I told my parents what I'd seen. They were shocked and horrified. My mom started crying. My dad looked like he'd been punched. They asked if I was sure about what I'd seen. I said I'd walked in on Lisa and Ryan having sex in his marital bed while Emma was out of town. My parents immediately went into damage control mode, saying we needed to think carefully about how to handle this, that Emma was 7 months pregnant, that we needed to consider the family implications. I knew exactly what they were suggesting. Keep quiet. Let me break up with Lisa. Maybe talk to Ryan privately, but don't tell Emma. Protect the family, protect the marriage, protect the baby. I said no. Emma deserved to know her husband was cheating with his brother's girlfriend in their marital bed. My parents begged me not to tell Emma. My mother said Emma was 7 months pregnant and the stress could harm the baby. My father said Emma would leave Ryan, the family would be destroyed, and I'd be responsible for breaking up a marriage with young children. I said Ryan was responsible for breaking up his own marriage by cheating on his pregnant wife. That Emma had a right to know before giving birth to Ryan's second child. My parents said I was being selfish, thinking about my own hurt feelings instead of the bigger family picture. That yes, Ryan had made a terrible mistake, but telling Emma would have consequences beyond just Ryan. Their daughter would have divorced parents. The new baby would be born into a broken family. I left my parents' house and drove to a friend's place. Needed time to think. Lisa kept calling and texting. Ryan was calling too. I blocked both of them. I thought about what my parents said. About protecting Emma from stress during pregnancy. About the children. About keeping the family intact. But I also thought about Emma, 7 months pregnant, believing she had a faithful husband while he was cheating with his brother's girlfriend. Planning a future with someone who'd betrayed her in the worst way. I decided Emma deserved to know the truth. I called her Saturday evening. She was still in Denver at her sister's house. I told her I needed to talk to her about something serious regarding Ryan. She immediately got worried, asked if he was hurt, if something had happened to their daughter. I said everyone was physically fine, but there was something she needed to know. I told her everything, that I'd gone to visit Ryan, found Lisa's car there, walked in and found them having sex in their bedroom. Silence on the other end. Then Emma asked if I was absolutely certain. I said I'd seen them with my own eyes, that there was no misunderstanding. Emma started crying, asked how long this had been going on. I said I had no idea, that I'd just discovered it today. She asked if Lisa's conference had been fake. I said yes, clearly. Emma said she'd be flying home immediately, asked me not to tell Ryan she knew, she wanted to confront him herself. I agreed. Emma flew home Sunday morning. She went to her mother's house with their daughter instead of home. Then she called Ryan and told him to meet her there. I wasn't present for the confrontation, but Emma told me later what happened. Ryan initially denied everything, said I'd misunderstood what I saw. Emma said I'd been clear about what happened. Ryan finally admitted it, said it had been going on for 6 months, that he was sorry and it meant nothing. 6 months. They'd been having an affair for 6 months, while Emma was pregnant, while I was planning a future with Lisa. Emma told Ryan she was filing for divorce. He begged her to reconsider, blamed the stress of the pregnancy and upcoming second baby, said he'd made a mistake. Emma said 6 months of deliberate cheating wasn't a mistake. She packed bags and moved in with her mother, taking their daughter, filed for divorce Monday morning. She's 7 months pregnant, filing for divorce, facing single motherhood with 2 young children. The family explosion has been nuclear. Ryan blames me entirely for telling Emma, says I destroyed his marriage and his children's family out of revenge for the affair with Lisa. That if I'd handled it privately, broken up with Lisa and confronted him, he could have ended the affair and his marriage would be intact. My parents agree with Ryan. They say I acted impulsively out of hurt and anger, that I should have thought about the consequences to Emma and the children before telling her. That Emma is 7 months pregnant and this stress could cause complications. But I'm not responsible for Emma's stress. Ryan is. He chose to cheat on his pregnant wife with his brother's girlfriend. I just chose not to lie to her about it. My younger sister is the only family member who supports my decision. She says Emma deserved to know, that keeping secrets about infidelity makes you complicit, that Ryan destroyed his own family by cheating. Lisa has been trying to contact me constantly. She came to my apartment, pounded on the door, crying, begging to explain. I told her through the door to leave and never contact me again. She left letters, sent emails, even had mutual friends reach out asking me to hear her side. There is no her side that I want to hear. She was sleeping with my brother for 6 months, lied to me constantly, created fake work trips to spend weekends with him. Ryan's friends have been reaching out too, saying I overreacted. That yes, Ryan and Lisa were wrong, but I made it worse by immediately telling Emma. That I should have talked to Ryan first, given him a chance to end the affair and fix his marriage before nuking it. But Ryan had 6 months to end the affair. Emma deserves to make her own decisions about her marriage based on truth, not live in ignorance while her husband continues cheating. Emma has been grateful to me, which is more than I can say for my family. She said she's devastated, but glad she knows the truth before giving birth. That she would have been horrified to have the baby thinking everything was fine, only to discover the affair later. She's angry at Ryan, angry at Lisa, and hurt that this was happening while she was pregnant with their second child. But she's not angry at me for telling her. She's grateful. The divorce is proceeding. Emma is seeking primary custody and child support. Ryan is already trying to paint himself as the victim, says his family fell apart because his brother couldn't handle a relationship problem maturely. A relationship problem. He's calling a 6-month affair with his brother's girlfriend while his wife was pregnant a relationship problem. Reddit is divided on whether I did the right thing. Some say absolutely yes. Emma deserved to know. Keeping the affair secret would make me complicit. Ryan destroyed his own marriage by cheating. That pregnancy doesn't give cheaters immunity from consequences. Others say I should have considered Emma's pregnancy more carefully. That yes, she deserved to know eventually. But telling her while 7 months pregnant was cruel timing. That I could have waited until after the baby was born, or confronted Ryan first privately. But when is the right time to tell someone their spouse is cheating? Before the baby? After the baby? Never? Emma would have eventually found out. Better to know now than to give birth believing everything was fine. My parents have asked me to apologize to Ryan for overreacting. I've refused. I'm not sorry for telling Emma the truth. I'm sorry my brother is a cheater. But that's his failing, not mine. Lisa's parents called me asking to give her another chance. Said she made a mistake but really loves me. I said 6 months of sleeping with my married brother isn't a mistake. I've lost my girlfriend, my relationship with my brother, and my parents are barely speaking to me. Emma is going through a divorce while pregnant. My niece will grow up with divorced parents. The new baby will be born into a broken family. All of that was going to happen eventually because of Ryan's affair. I just accelerated the timeline by telling the truth. Am I the you for immediately telling my pregnant sister-in-law about my brother's affair instead of protecting the family? I chose truth over family unity. Some people think that makes me vindictive. I think it makes me someone who refused to lie to a pregnant woman about her husband's betrayal. Ryan and Lisa destroyed everything. I just refused to help them hide it. My girlfriend was cheating with my roommate. I moved out and left them with the lease. I'm 28-year-old, and I just financially destroyed my cheating girlfriend and backstabbing roommate by moving out and leaving them with a lease they can't afford. Discovered they'd been having an affair for 5 months in our shared apartment. Instead of confronting them immediately, I quietly found a new place, moved all my belongings out in one day while they were at work, and sent them a text that I was off the lease effective immediately, and they'd need to cover the full $3,200 per month rent themselves. Neither can afford it alone, and the landlord won't let them break the lease. Now they're facing eviction and financial ruin, and they claim I abandoned them instead of handling the breakup like an adult. Am I the duh for leaving them with an unaffordable lease after discovering their affair? I've been dating my girlfriend Maya for 2 years. We'd been living together for 1 year in a nice 2-bedroom apartment, $3,200 per month split between us. 6 months ago, my friend from college, Jake, needed a place to stay after his breakup. I offered our spare bedroom. He'd pay $800 per month, making our rent more affordable. Jake moved in and everything seemed fine. He got along with Maya, helped around the apartment, paid rent on time. I thought it was working out great having my girlfriend and my buddy under one roof. About 2 months ago, I started noticing weird dynamics. Maya and Jake seemed very comfortable with each other. Inside jokes, casual physical contact, spending time together when I wasn't around. I brushed it off as them becoming friends. Then I came home early from work one day 3 weeks ago. Walked in and heard sounds from Maya's in my bedroom. Opened the door and found Maya and Jake in our bed together. They scrambled, tried to explain. I just stood there in shock. My girlfriend and my roommate. In my bed, in my apartment. I walked out without saying a word. Spent the night at a friend's place processing what I'd seen. Maya called and texted dozens of times. So did Jake. I ignored them both. The next day, I went back to the apartment when both were at work. Packed a bag with essentials. Then I started thinking strategically. I checked our lease. All 3 of us were on it. Maya, me, and Jake. Joint and several liability, meaning if one person left, the others were responsible for the full rent. The lease had 8 months remaining, and breaking it would cost $9,600, 3 months rent penalty. I did the math. Maya made about $3,000 a month. Jake made about $2,800 a month. Together, they'd gross $5,800 a month. After taxes, probably $4,500 take-home combined. The rent was $3,200. They could technically afford it together, but would have almost nothing left for other expenses. But they weren't together by choice. They'd been having an affair while I was paying 1/3 of the rent. Now they'd have to actually live with the financial consequences of their choices. I contacted the landlord. Explained I was moving out due to personal circumstances and wanted to know my options for getting off the lease. The landlord said I could be removed from the lease if the remaining tenants agreed to assume full financial responsibility and passed a financial check. I asked Maya and Jake to meet me at a coffee shop. Told them I was moving out immediately, that I'd spoken to the landlord, and they could keep the apartment if they took over my portion of the lease. Maya started crying, said we needed to talk about what happened. Jake tried to apologize. I cut them both off. You've been sleeping together in our apartment. I'm leaving. You can have the place. And the full rent. Figure it out together. Maya and Jake tried to negotiate. Said they couldn't afford $3,200 a month between them. That I was being vindictive by leaving them with rent they couldn't pay. That we should all stay until the lease ended or find someone to sublet. I said no. I wasn't living with my cheating girlfriend and backstabbing roommate for 8 more months, and I wasn't helping them find solutions to problems they created. They asked me to help break the lease so none of us would be responsible. I refused. Said if they wanted to break the lease, they could pay the $9,600 penalty themselves. Maya said I was being cruel and unreasonable. That yes, they'd made mistakes, but leaving them financially ruined wasn't the answer. I said they'd ruined our relationship and our living situation. They could deal with the financial fallout. I signed the paperwork removing myself from the lease. Maya and Jake had to agree to assume full responsibility, or the landlord would evict all of us. They had 48 hours to decide. They signed. They had no choice. Eviction would be worse for their rental history than taking over the lease. The day they signed, I moved out completely. Hired movers while both were at work. Took all my furniture, the couch, dining table, TV, most of the kitchen supplies. I'd bought most of the apartment furnishings. Left them with their bedroom furniture and empty rooms. Sent them a text. I'm out. Apartment is yours. Good luck with rent. Don't contact me again. Then I blocked them both on everything. I moved into a new 1-bedroom apartment across town. $1,400 a month. Cheaper than my old share, and no cheating girlfriend or backstabbing roommate. For the first month, I heard nothing. Then I started hearing through mutual friends that Maya and Jake were struggling. The $3,200 rent was destroying them financially. They'd tried to find a 4th roommate for the spare bedroom I'd taken my furniture from, but no one wanted to live with a couple in a two-bedroom apartment. They tried to break the lease but couldn't come up with the $9,600 penalty. The landlord refused to let them out without payment. 2 months in, they fell behind on rent. The landlord started eviction proceedings. They scrambled to catch up, but the damage was done. They were on the eviction track. Maya reached out through a friend, begged me to help them, either pay my share of the remaining lease or help cover the breakage fee. Said they were going to be evicted and it would ruin their credit and rental history. I said no. They'd made choices. They could live with the consequences. Jake tried to contact me through his family. His mom actually called me saying Jake was facing financial ruin and homelessness. Could I show mercy and help them break the lease? I told her Jake should have thought about financial consequences before sleeping with his roommate's girlfriend in his roommate's bed. It's been 4 months since I moved out. Maya and Jake are being evicted. They couldn't keep up with the $3,200 rent plus utilities. They're both moving back in with their parents in their late 20s because they can't afford anywhere else after the eviction and debt. They're both posting on social media about toxic people who abandon you when you need them most, and revenge that ruins lives over relationship problems. Their friends who don't know the full story have been sympathetic. Comments about how awful it is that I abandoned my roommates and left them financially struggling, that I should have been an adult and helped resolve the lease situation instead of weaponizing it. But friends who know the truth, that Maya and Jake were having an affair in my apartment and my bed, are mostly on my side. They think the financial consequences are fair payback for the betrayal. My family is supportive. My mom said Maya and Jake created the situation, and I had no obligation to subsidize their affair by continuing to pay rent. Some mutual friends think I went too far. That discovering the affair and moving out was justified, but leaving them with an unaffordable lease they'd signed under different circumstances was vindictive. That I should have helped them find a sublet or contributed to breaking the lease. Am I to the for moving out and leaving my cheating girlfriend and backstabbing roommate with a lease they can't afford? Reddit is mostly supportive but divided on the extent. Many say I'm completely justified. Maya and Jake had an affair in my apartment. They signed the lease as adults, knowing the financial obligations. When I left, they could have broken the lease by paying the penalty, but they chose to try to afford it themselves. Their eviction is the natural consequence of their choices, both the affair and the financial risk they took. A minority says I was vindictive, that leaving them with rent I knew they couldn't afford, taking all the furniture and refusing to help them resolve the situation, was revenge that went beyond just ending the relationship, that I deliberately set them up for financial failure. Some point out that I had no obligation to continue living with people who betrayed me, and no obligation to help them afford a lifestyle they'd chosen. That they were adults who signed the lease and had options: break it, find roommates, move out separately, but chose to try to make it work. Others argue that I knew they couldn't afford the rent and deliberately left them in that situation to cause them harm. That this was revenge, not just removing myself from a bad situation. Here's my perspective. Maya and Jake had an affair for 5 months in our shared apartment. They had sex in my bed multiple times. They betrayed both a romantic relationship and a friendship while I was paying a third of the rent that subsidized their living situation. When I discovered it, I had every right to move out. I wasn't going to continue living with them or paying rent that benefited them. They signed the lease as adults. They knew the financial terms. When I left, they had options: pay the $9,600 to break the lease, find new roommates, one of them move out, live with family. They chose to try to afford it themselves. That didn't work out. Not because I sabotaged them, but because they couldn't actually afford the apartment without my contribution. The same contribution they'd been receiving while having an affair behind my back. Did I know they'd struggle? Yes. Did I care? No. They'd betrayed me and expected to continue living comfortably with my financial help. I removed that help and let them face the reality of their financial situation. Maya can claim I abandoned them, but she abandoned our relationship by sleeping with Jake. Jake can claim I left him in financial crisis, but he created the crisis by sleeping with his roommate's girlfriend. They're facing eviction because they couldn't afford an apartment they'd signed for. That's not my revenge. That's just reality catching up to their decisions. Some people think I should have helped them resolve the lease situation to minimize harm. But why? They'd shown no concern for the harm they caused me when they were having an affair in my home. I moved out, moved on, and left them to handle the consequences of their choices. They chose the affair. They chose to sign the lease takeover. They chose to try to afford rent they couldn't sustain. I just removed myself from the situation and let their decisions play out naturally. Maya and Jake are being evicted, facing financial ruin, and moving back with parents. Some call that vindictive revenge. I call it natural consequences. They wanted to be together? Now they can be. In their parents' houses, with evictions on their records, dealing with the financial fallout of trying to afford a lifestyle that required my contribution while betraying my trust. I'm in my own apartment, living peacefully, without cheating partners or backstabbing roommates. They claim I ruined their lives. I just stopped subsidizing their affair. The rest was their own choices. My wife's girls' trip was meeting her affair partner. I showed up at the resort. I'm 36 male, and I just crashed my wife's girls' trip to Cancun after discovering it was actually a romantic getaway with her affair partner. She told me she was going with her college friends for a week, but I found flight confirmations showing only 2 tickets, hers and a man named David. Instead of confronting her before the trip, I let her go, then showed up at the resort 2 days later with evidence of her lies. Walked into the couple's massage she'd booked and handed her divorce papers in front of David. Now she's claiming I stalked and ambushed her on vacation instead of handling our marriage problems at home. Am I the duh for showing up at her affair vacation to serve her divorce papers? My wife Melissa and I have been married for 9 years. 2 kids, ages 6 and 4. I thought we had a solid marriage despite the usual stresses of parenting and careers. Then about 4 months ago, Melissa announced she needed a break and wanted to take a girls' trip to Cancun with her college friends. She said 5 of her friends were going, renting a villa, just a week of relaxation and catching up. She'd been stressed with work and the kids, needed some time to decompress. I supported the idea. She deserved a vacation. Melissa spent weeks planning the trip, showed me the villa rental listing, talked about which friends were coming, made a packing list. She was excited in a way I hadn't seen in months. 2 weeks before the trip, I was looking for our travel rewards credit card to book something, and found Melissa's Cancun flight confirmations in her email. She'd left it open on our shared computer. I wasn't snooping, just needed the card number. But something caught my eye. The flight confirmation showed 2 tickets, Melissa Morrison and David Chen. David Chen? I didn't know any David. Not one of her college friends whose names I'd heard. I checked the villa rental confirmation, booked for 2 adults, 1 bedroom, not a group villa, a romantic suite. I felt sick. I Googled Melissa Morrison, David Chen, and found David's LinkedIn. He worked for the same company as Melissa, different department. His profile showed a smiling guy about our age, professional headshot. I checked Melissa's phone that evening while she was putting kids to bed. Found months of messages with David. Explicit flirting, discussions about their Cancun trip, excitement about finally spending a week together without hiding. My wife was planning a romantic vacation with her coworker while telling me it was a girls' trip. I could have confronted her immediately, but something made me want to catch them in the act, see her lies exposed in real time, rather than giving her a chance to spin the story. I made a plan. I'd let Melissa go on her trip. Then I'd show up in Cancun and confront both of them. Melissa left for Cancun on a Saturday morning, kissed me and the kids goodbye, said she'd miss us, that she needed this time with her friends to recharge. I smiled and told her to have fun. The kids went to stay with my parents, while mommy is on vacation. I told my parents I had work commitments. Really, I was preparing my own trip to Cancun. I booked a flight for Monday morning, 2 days after Melissa left. Found the resort where she and David were staying. Booked my own room. Compiled evidence of the affair. Screenshots of their messages. The flight confirmation showing 2 tickets, not 5. The villa rental for 2 people, not a group. I also contacted a divorce attorney. Explained the situation. He prepared divorce papers citing adultery and had them ready for me to take to Mexico. Said serving them during the affair trip would be dramatic, but legally valid if she accepted them. Monday morning, I flew to Cancun. Landed around noon. Checked into the resort, a romantic couples resort, not the kind of place you'd go with college girlfriends. Everything about it screamed romance. Private beach, couples spa, intimate restaurants. I asked the concierge about activities booked under Melissa Morrison's reservation. The woman was initially hesitant, but I explained I was her husband, and we were surprising each other. Showed my ID matching Melissa's last name. She confirmed Melissa had a couples massage booked for 2 p.m. that afternoon. Perfect. At 1:50 p.m. I went to the spa. Told the receptionist I was meeting my wife Melissa Morrison for our couples massage. She checked the reservation, saw it was for Melissa Morrison and David Chen. Looked confused. I said there must be an error in the name. David is my middle name. She seemed uncertain but directed me to the couple's massage suite. I waited in the hallway. At 2 p.m. exactly, Melissa and David walked up, laughing and holding hands. They were in matching resort robes, clearly comfortable and intimate. Melissa saw me and her face went white. She literally froze mid-step. I said calmly, "Hi, honey. Thought I'd surprise you on your girls' trip, except this doesn't look like the friends you told me about." David looked confused. "Who is this?" Melissa stammered. "This is my husband." David's face went from confused to horrified. "Your husband? You said you were separated. You said you were getting divorced." I said, "We're not separated. We live together. We have 2 kids who are currently with my parents while mommy is on her affair vacation." Melissa started crying. "This isn't what it looks like." I said, "It looks like you're on a romantic vacation with your coworker while you told me you were in Cancun with college girlfriends. That's exactly what it is." I pulled out the divorce papers, handed them to Melissa. "You're served. I'm filing for divorce citing adultery. Your vacation just became the evidence. Enjoy your couple's massage." Melissa was sobbing, trying to explain. David was backing away, clearly wanting nothing to do with the drama. The spa receptionist was staring in shock. I turned and walked away, left the resort, checked into a different hotel, and flew home the next morning. Melissa cut her trip short and flew home Tuesday night. Showed up at our house devastated and furious. She'd sent David home separately, their romantic vacation destroyed within hours of my confrontation. Her primary emotion was anger at me. She claimed I'd stalked her to Cancun, ambushed her on vacation, humiliated her in front of David and the spa staff. That I should have confronted her at home instead of flying to Mexico to serve her divorce papers during her trip. I asked what I should have confronted at home. Her lies about a girls' trip? She'd already left on the affair vacation. I just made sure she knew I knew before she'd returned with more lies. Melissa tried to reframe the affair. Said she and David had connected emotionally, that our marriage had been dead for years, that she'd needed to explore her feelings before making decisions about divorce, that the Cancun trip was her way of figuring out if she wanted to stay married. I said planning a romantic vacation with another man while married and lying to your husband about it isn't figuring things out. It's cheating. That calling it a girls' trip while booking a couple's resort is systematic deception, not confusion about feelings. She claimed David had thought we were separated, that she'd told him we were getting divorced, that he'd been led to believe the relationship was ethical. I said, lying to her affair partner doesn't make the affair more acceptable. That David's confusion about our marriage status was her fault for lying to him too. Melissa's main argument became that I'd handled the confrontation wrong, that surprising her in Cancun was ambush and stalking, that I should have let her return from vacation and confronted her at home like an adult, that showing up at the resort with divorce papers was vindictive theater designed to humiliate her. But what was the alternative? Let her finish her affair vacation, come home with photos of the girls, and continue lying? Confront her before the trip so she could cancel and plan better lies. The divorce is proceeding. The Cancun confrontation is actually helpful legally. I have documentation that Melissa planned and executed a romantic vacation with her affair partner while lying to me. The resort booking, the flight tickets, David's presence, all documented. Melissa's lawyer tried to argue I'd harassed her at the resort. My lawyer said showing up at a location where my wife is committing adultery and serving divorce papers isn't harassment. It's exactly what divorce laws allow. AITA for crashing my wife's affair vacation to serve her with divorce papers? Reddit is mostly supportive, but with some criticism of the method. Many say I'm completely justified. Melissa planned an elaborate lie to conduct a romantic vacation with her affair partner. Catching her in the act and serving papers immediately was appropriate. That the confrontation was public, in front of David and spa staff, was just the natural consequence of Melissa planning the affair in a public resort. Others say I was vindictive, that discovering the affair and planning for divorce was fine, but flying to Cancun specifically to ambush her during the couple's massage was theatrical and designed to maximize humiliation. That I could have served papers when she returned home. Some point out that serving papers during the affair has strategic advantages, catches Melissa in undeniable lies, documents the affair in progress, prevents her from crafting explanations. That waiting for her to return would give her time to prepare her narrative. Others argue that divorce doesn't require dramatic confrontations, that I could have filed papers without the Cancun trip and still had evidence of the affair through messages and bookings. Here's my perspective. Melissa spent weeks planning an affair vacation while lying to my face about a girls' trip. She booked a romantic resort, coordinated travel with David, created elaborate cover stories about college friends, all while married with 2 kids at home. When I discovered her plans, I could have confronted her before the trip, but she'd already lied for months. One more confrontation would just give her another opportunity to lie. So I let her go. Let her think she'd successfully deceived me, then showed up and shattered her affair fantasy by serving her divorce papers in front of her affair partner during their couple's massage. Was it theatrical? Yes. Was it vindictive? Probably. But Melissa had planned an entire vacation based on lies. I just made sure she couldn't finish that vacation without facing reality. David learned his separated girlfriend was actually married with kids. The spa staff witnessed a husband confronting his cheating wife. Melissa's romantic getaway became a divorce proceeding. Some people think that's too harsh, that I should have handled it privately. But Melissa conducted the affair publicly, at her workplace, at a resort, in full view of anyone who cared to notice. I just made sure she knew I'd noticed before she came home with more lies. The divorce settlement is ongoing. Melissa is seeking primary custody and claims my Cancun confrontation shows I'm unstable and vindictive. My lawyer is using evidence from the trip, the romantic resort booking, David's presence, Melissa's lies, to argue she prioritized an affair over our marriage and kids. Melissa can claim I stalked and ambushed her, but she planned and executed an affair vacation while pretending to be with college girlfriends. I just showed up with the truth and divorce papers. Some call it vindictive. I call it ensuring she couldn't return from her affair vacation with more lies. Melissa's Cancun trip ended with divorce papers instead of romance. That's her consequences, not my cruelty. My husband's affair partner didn't know about me. I befriended her first, then told her. I'm 34 first feet and I just ended my marriage by befriending my husband's affair partner before revealing I was his wife. Discovered through phone records that my husband, Tom, had been having an affair with his client, Sarah, for 8 months. Instead of confronting him immediately, I researched Sarah and discovered she had no idea Tom was married. He'd told her he was divorced. I created a fake social media profile, befriended Sarah over several weeks, learned everything about the affair, then invited her to coffee and revealed I was Tom's wife. Watched her world shatter as she realized she'd been lied to. Then we both confronted Tom together with matching divorce papers. Now Tom claims I manipulated and deceived Sarah instead of just divorcing him honestly. Am I for befriending the other woman to expose my husband's lies to both of us? My husband Tom is a financial advisor. Works long hours, travels occasionally for clients, brings home good money. We've been married for 7 years with one daughter, age 4. About 3 months ago, I noticed our cell phone bill had skyrocketed. Checked the detailed records and found Tom had been calling and texting one number hundreds of times per month. Dozens of calls daily, text conversations at all hours. I called the number from a different phone. A woman answered, "This is Sarah Chen." I hung up. Googled the name with Tom's industry and found her LinkedIn. Sarah Chen, 28, marketing consultant. Not a direct business connection to Tom that I could see. I could have confronted Tom immediately, but something made me want to understand the situation better first. I created a fake Instagram profile, generic woman's name, used stock photos, made it look legitimate with some followers and posts. I found Sarah's Instagram. She was pretty, professional, posted about work and hobbies. No indication she was in a relationship. I sent her a follow request with a friendly message about liking her marketing content. She accepted and messaged back. Over the next few weeks, we chatted occasionally. I learned she was single, lived alone, had recently started dating someone she was excited about, a financial advisor she'd met at a networking event 8 months ago. She posted photos occasionally with parts of a man, hands holding hers, sitting across from her at restaurants, always carefully cropped to not show his face. The watch in one photo was Tom's. The shirt in another was one I'd bought him. Sarah was dating my husband, and based on everything she posted and said, she had no idea he was married. I asked about her boyfriend casually in messages. She said he was divorced, no kids, busy with work but made time for her. They'd been together 8 months and she was falling in love. Everything she described was a lie. Tom wasn't divorced. He had a wife and a 4-year-old daughter. He'd been living a double life for 8 months. I needed to know more before confronting either of them. I suggested Sarah and I meet for coffee. We'd been chatting for weeks, might as well meet in person. She agreed enthusiastically. We met at a coffee shop on a Saturday afternoon. Tom was supposedly at a work conference. Really, he was probably with Sarah that weekend. His conference lined up with when Sarah had mentioned her boyfriend was in town for the weekend. But this Saturday, I'd convinced Sarah to meet me. Told her I was in her area and would love to grab coffee. Sarah was lovely in person, warm, funny, genuinely nice. We talked about work, hobbies, life. She mentioned her boyfriend again, said things were getting serious, that she thought he might propose soon. I felt sick. Tom had apparently been telling Sarah he was serious about her, letting her believe they had a future, while he was married to me. After an hour of conversation, I said, "Sarah, I need to tell you something. I haven't been completely honest about why I wanted to meet you." She looked confused. I pulled out my phone and showed her photos. My wedding photos with Tom, family photos with our daughter, recent photos of us together. "I'm Tom's wife. We're not divorced. We're currently married. He has a 4-year-old daughter. He's been lying to both of us." Sarah went pale, stared at the photos. "This is Tom? Tom Morrison? Your husband?" I nodded, showed her more evidence, our marriage certificate, family photos, even photos from last week of Tom at our house with our daughter. Sarah started crying. He told me he was divorced, that his ex-wife lived in another state with their kids. Wait, you said one daughter? He told me he had 2 sons with his ex-wife. Tom had created elaborate lies, told Sarah he was divorced with 2 sons who lived with their mother in California. None of it was true. We lived together in Texas with our 1 daughter. Sarah was devastated. She'd been dating Tom for 8 months, believing he was single and divorced. She'd been falling in love with a married man who'd lied about every aspect of his life. I said, "I'm not angry with you. You didn't know. But Tom has been lying to both of us, and I thought you deserved to know the truth before you got more serious with him." Sarah was shaking. "I thought he was going to propose. He's been talking about our future together. I've been imagining marrying him." I said, "While you were imagining marrying him, he was already married to me, going home to me every night, raising our daughter with me." We sat there for a while, Sarah processing and crying, me providing tissues and evidence. I showed her Tom's location history. When he'd told her he was at work conferences, he'd been at our house. When he'd told me he was at work conferences, he'd been at her apartment. Sarah asked, "Why did you befriend me before telling me? Why not just call me or show up at my door?" I said honestly, "I wanted to understand who you were and what Tom had told you. I wanted to see if you knew he was married, and I wanted to give you the truth in person rather than through a confrontational phone call." Sarah said quietly, "Thank you for that. This is horrible, but it would have been worse to hear it over the phone or have you show up at my door screaming." I asked Sarah if she wanted to confront Tom together. She looked at me like I was crazy, then slowly nodded. We planned the confrontation for the following evening. Tom was supposed to be having dinner with Sarah. I would show up at the restaurant. Sarah texted Tom confirming their dinner reservation for 7 p.m. at an Italian place downtown. I arrived at 6:50 p.m. and waited in my car. At 7 p.m. I walked into the restaurant, saw Tom sitting at a table waiting for Sarah. I sat down across from him. He looked confused. "What are you doing here?" "I'm meeting a client." I said, "You're meeting Sarah, your girlfriend of 8 months. Except she's not joining us. She's meeting me in 10 minutes to talk about how we're both going to divorce you." Tom went pale, started stammering. "I don't know what you're talking about." Sarah walked in right on cue, saw Tom and me sitting together, came to the table and sat down next to me. Tom looked between us. "Sarah, this is your wife," Sarah finished. "I know. She told me yesterday. Showed me proof of your marriage, your daughter, all your lies." Tom tried to explain. Said the affair had started innocently, that he'd developed feelings for Sarah but didn't know how to end things with me. That he'd lied to Sarah about being divorced because he didn't know how to tell her the truth. Sarah cut him off. "You've been lying to both of us for 8 months. Telling me you're divorced with 2 sons, telling her you're at work conferences, living completely separate lives." I pulled out divorce papers I'd had prepared, slid them across the table. "I'm filing for divorce citing adultery. Sarah is prepared to testify if necessary." Tom looked devastated. "You're really doing this? We have a daughter. We have a life together." I said, "You destroyed that life when you started lying to both of us. Sarah thought she was dating a divorced man. I thought I had a faithful husband. You've been lying to everyone." Sarah added, "And I'm done being lied to. We're both done." We stood up together and walked out of the restaurant, left Tom sitting alone at the table with divorce papers and the wreckage of his lies. Sarah and I have stayed in touch. We're not close friends. The situation is too weird for that, but we text occasionally. She's been supportive during my divorce, and I've helped her process the betrayal. Tom is furious about how I handled it, claims I manipulated Sarah by befriending her before revealing who I was, that I deceived her by creating a fake social media profile, that I should have confronted him directly instead of involving Sarah. But Sarah says she's grateful I approached it the way I did, that learning the truth from me in person, with evidence and kindness, was better than discovering it through some dramatic confrontation or being blindsided by a phone call. Am I for befriending my husband's affair partner before revealing I was his wife? Reddit is split on this one. Many say I handled it brilliantly, that befriending Sarah allowed me to learn she was innocent, genuinely didn't know Tom was married, that revealing the truth kindly in person was compassionate, that confronting Tom together with Sarah was perfect accountability. Both of his victims united against his lies. Others say I was manipulative, that creating a fake profile to befriend Sarah was deceptive, even if my eventual reveal was kind. That I should have just called Sarah immediately, told her the truth, and not spent weeks building a fake friendship. Some argue the fake friendship was strategy, not manipulation, that I needed to understand the situation before deciding how to handle it, that if Sarah had known Tom was married, my approach would have been different. Others say the ends don't justify the means, that catfishing Sarah, even with good intentions, was wrong regardless of the outcome. Here's my perspective. I discovered Tom was having an affair. Rather than confronting him immediately and letting him control the narrative, I investigated. I learned Sarah was innocent, truly believed Tom was divorced. She was a victim of his lies, just like me. I befriended her to understand the situation and to give her the truth in a kind way when I was ready. The fake profile was necessary because she wouldn't have talked to Tom's wife openly. When I revealed the truth, I did it in person with evidence and compassion. Sarah appreciated the approach. We confronted Tom together and both filed to end our relationships with him. Tom wants to frame this as me being manipulative and deceptive, but he's been manipulative and deceptive for 8 months. I just used strategy to expose his lies to both of his victims. Sarah doesn't feel manipulated. She feels informed and supported. She's thanked me multiple times for how I handled it. Tom is the only one claiming I was wrong, and he's the one who lied to both of us for 8 months. The divorce is proceeding. Sarah has moved on from Tom, and Tom is facing the consequences of maintaining 2 relationships based on lies. Some people think befriending Sarah before revealing the truth was manipulative. I think it was strategic kindness that protected both of us from Tom's lies. Tom lied to us both. Sarah and I teamed up to hold him accountable, and now we're both free of him. If that's manipulation, I'm okay with it. Because the alternative was letting Tom continue lying to both of us while we remained isolated and uninformed. Sarah and I united against his lies. Tom calls it deception. We call it collaboration. I discovered my husband's second family in another state, so I contacted his other wife. I'm 36 future, and I just found out my husband of 9 years has an entire second family in Texas. We live in Oregon. He travels for work twice a month, but he's actually been living a double life with another wife and 2 kids. I discovered this through a random Facebook suggestion showing his wife tagged in family photos with him and children I'd never seen. Instead of confronting him alone, I contacted the other wife, and together we gathered evidence and planned our simultaneous divorces. Now he's facing bigamy charges, and both families are destroyed. But he claims I should have talked to him first instead of conspiring with a stranger to ruin his life. Am I for teaming up with his other wife instead of giving him a chance to explain? I've been married to Daniel for 9 years. We live in Portland. He's a software consultant, supposedly travels frequently for client projects. He's gone about 10 to 12 days per month, always to Texas for his biggest client. We don't have kids. I'd wanted to wait until his career was more stable, and he always said the travel schedule made parenting difficult right now. Our marriage seemed solid despite the travel. Daniel called every night when he was away, texted throughout the day, brought home gifts from Texas. He made good money. We had a nice house, planned to start trying for kids next year once his travel reduced. 3 weeks ago, I was on Facebook, and a friend's suggestion popped up. Jennifer Morrison, married to Daniel Morrison. I was confused. I'm married to Daniel Morrison. Why would someone else be listed as married to him? I clicked on Jennifer's profile. It was mostly private, but I could see her profile picture, her with 2 young children, and her cover photo, her in a wedding dress with Daniel. My Daniel. My husband. In a wedding photo with another woman. I felt dizzy. This had to be a mistake. Maybe they'd been married before and she hadn't updated her status? But the kids looked young, maybe 5 and 3 years old, and the wedding photo looked recent. I sent Jennifer a message. Hi, I see you're listed as married to Daniel Morrison. I'm also married to a Daniel Morrison from Portland. This might be a weird coincidence, but can we talk? She responded within an hour. There must be some confusion. My husband Daniel is from Portland originally, but we've lived in Austin for 8 years. We've been married for 9 years. We have 2 kids together. 9 years. The same amount of time I'd been married to Daniel. I sent her a photo of Daniel and me at our wedding, asked if that was her husband. She responded with a shocked string of messages. Yes, that was her husband. How did I have a wedding photo with him? Was I a friend from his work? Why was I claiming to be married to him? I explained that I'd been married to Daniel Morrison for 9 years, that we lived in Portland, that he traveled to Texas twice a month for work. Jennifer said Daniel lived in Austin, that he was home most of the time, except when he traveled to Portland twice a month for work. We were both married to the same man. He'd been living a double life for nearly a decade. Jennifer and I spent hours on the phone comparing notes. The picture that emerged was stunning in its elaborate deception. Daniel had married me in Portland in 2015. We'd dated for 2 years before that. Then, about 6 months into our marriage, he'd started traveling for work to Texas. He'd go for 5 to 7 days at a time, twice a month. What he'd actually been doing was maintaining his relationship with Jennifer in Austin. They'd been together since 2013, married in 2014, a year before he married me. So he'd married Jennifer first, then married me a year later without divorcing her. Bigamy. Jennifer and I compared calendars. Daniel's schedule was precisely coordinated. He'd spend 10 to 12 days per month in Texas with Jennifer and the kids, then 18 to 20 days per month in Oregon with me. He'd convinced Jennifer that his consulting work required him to be in Portland regularly. He'd convinced me that his consulting work required him to be in Austin regularly. He'd been maintaining 2 complete lives. 2 homes, 2 wives, 2 sets of families and friends, 2 complete fabricated realities. Jennifer had 2 children with him, Emma, 5, and Lucas, 3. I'd been told we couldn't have kids yet because of his travel schedule. Now I understood why. He already had kids with his other wife. The financial picture was complex. Daniel had been supporting both households. Jennifer thought they were comfortable but not wealthy. Daniel's consulting business paid well, but the Portland travel was expensive. I'd thought the same. We were comfortable, but the Texas travel was expensive. He'd been dividing his income between 2 families and telling both of us that business expenses were eating into our potential savings. Jennifer and I made a plan. We'd both gather evidence without alerting Daniel. Bank statements, photos, travel records, everything. Then we'd confront him together. Over the next week, Jennifer compiled her evidence from Austin. Marriage certificate from 2014, birth certificates for both children listing Daniel as father, mortgage documents, tax returns filed jointly. All the proof that she was legally married to Daniel Morrison. I compiled my evidence from Portland. Marriage certificate from 2015, which meant our marriage was void since he was already married. Mortgage documents, tax returns, bank statements showing his income divided between both households. We also discovered he'd been using different social security numbers on different documents, low-level identity fraud to maintain the dual lives. Jennifer found documents with one SSN. I found documents with another. We weren't sure which was real or if both were fraudulent. The plan. Daniel was scheduled to be in Austin this week. Jennifer would confront him at home with me on video call. Then he'd fly to Portland as scheduled, and I'd confront him with Jennifer on video call. We'd both file for divorce simultaneously and report the bigamy to police. Monday evening in Austin, Jennifer executed the plan. Daniel came home from work expecting a normal evening. Jennifer had me on her phone, ready to video call. She sat him down, said we needed to talk, showed him the evidence she'd compiled, proof that he had a wife in Portland, that he'd been living a double life for 9 years. Daniel went pale. Then, Jennifer turned her phone to show me on video. Daniel's face went from pale to gray. He started stammering, trying to explain. Jennifer and I just watched him struggle. He tried several explanations. We weren't really married. We were. It wasn't what it looked like. It was. He'd been planning to tell us both eventually. Sure. He'd gotten trapped in a situation he couldn't get out of. He'd created the situation. Jennifer asked the question we'd both agreed on. Why? Daniel broke down, said he'd loved them both, that he'd married Jennifer first, but then met me and fallen in love and hadn't wanted to choose, that he'd thought he could maintain both relationships, make both of us happy, be a husband to both of us. For 9 years. He'd married Jennifer in 2014, had a daughter with her in 2019, a son in 2021. Meanwhile, married me in 2015. Bigamy, since he was already married. Lived dual lives in 2 states, maintaining 2 complete households, lying to everyone constantly. I asked why he'd never had kids with me. He admitted he'd been stalling because he already had kids with Jennifer and couldn't figure out how to manage 3 households, 2 wives plus kids with both of us. He'd been hoping I'd eventually give up on wanting children. Jennifer asked if there were any other wives. Daniel swore there weren't, just the 2 of us. We didn't know if we believed him. Jennifer told Daniel she was filing for divorce and reporting the bigamy. He begged her not to, said bigamy charges would destroy his career and his life. She said he'd destroyed his own life by committing bigamy. Then I told him I'd be filing for divorce too. He looked devastated, like he'd somehow thought he could talk his way out of this with both of us. That Jennifer and I comparing notes and planning together was unfair. That we'd ganged up on him instead of giving him a chance to explain to each of us individually. But what would individual explanations have accomplished? He'd have lied to both of us separately, tried to manipulate each situation. By working together, Jennifer and I ensured he couldn't control the narrative. We both filed for divorce that week. Jennifer filed in Texas. I filed in Oregon. We both reported the bigamy to police. The investigation revealed Daniel had indeed been using fraudulent documentation to maintain dual identities in both states. He's been charged with bigamy, identity fraud, and tax fraud. He'd been filing separate tax returns in each state with different information. Faces up to 5 years in prison, plus fines and restitution. The fallout has been devastating. Jennifer's children are confused about why their dad doesn't live with them anymore. I'm processing that my entire 9-year marriage was a lie. Both families are financially unstable. Daniel's income supported both households, and now he's unemployed, fired when the bigamy charges became public, and facing legal costs. His family is furious with me and Jennifer. His mother called saying we'd destroyed her son's life by overreacting to what she called a complicated situation. His father said Daniel had made mistakes, but we didn't need to press criminal charges. But bigamy is a crime. Identity fraud is a crime. We didn't overreact. We reported crimes. Jennifer and I have stayed in touch. We've become unlikely friends, bonded by shared betrayal. She jokes darkly that at least we can split therapy costs by venting to each other. Some mutual acquaintances think Jennifer and I are vindictive for coordinating our divorces and pressing charges, that we should have given Daniel a chance to work things out with each of us separately. But work out what? He was committing bigamy and fraud. There's no working out multiple marriages. I'm either for partnering with Daniel's other wife to expose him and file simultaneous divorces. Reddit is surprisingly divided. Some say Jennifer and I did exactly right. Daniel committed serious crimes. We gathered evidence and reported them. Coordinating ensured he couldn't manipulate us separately. Others say we were vindictive, that discovering your husband's double life is traumatic, and we reacted by teaming up to maximize his punishment instead of handling our respective divorces independently. But handling things independently would have let Daniel control each narrative separately. By working together, Jennifer and I ensured the truth came out completely. Daniel claims we conspired against him. I say we collaborated to escape from him. He lived a double life for 9 years. Jennifer and I exposed it in 1 week. He's facing criminal charges, dual divorces, and financial ruin. Some people think that's too harsh. I think that's accountability. Daniel married both of us. We both divorced him. And we both reported his crimes. He can complain about us teaming up all he wants. He created 2 wives. We just started comparing notes. Now he has 0 wives and pending felony charges. That's not revenge. That's the natural consequence of maintaining 2 families through fraud. Jennifer and I sleep fine at night. Daniel is the one who has to explain to 2 families and the legal system how he thought 9 years of bigamy would work out. Some people call us vindictive for coordinating. I call us smart for not letting him control our separate narratives. Daniel wanted 2 wives. He got 2 women who refused to be lied to. Turns out that's worse for him than being alone ever was. My fiancé's bachelorette party was an affair. I canceled the wedding via group text. I'm 31M, and I just called off my wedding 3 days before the ceremony after discovering my fiancé's bachelorette weekend in Vegas was actually a planned affair with her ex-boyfriend. She told me she was going with her bridesmaids for a typical Vegas bachelorette party, but a friend who was supposed to attend sent me photos proving my fiancé had invited her ex, booked a couple's suite, and spent the weekend with him while her bridesmaids covered for her. Instead of confronting her privately, I sent a group text to all 200 wedding guests with the evidence, and a message that the wedding was canceled due to infidelity. Now she's devastated that I humiliated her publicly, instead of discussing it privately first. Am I for canceling the wedding via mass text with proof of her affair? My fiancée Amanda and I had been together for 4 years, engaged for 1. We were supposed to get married this Saturday. Everything was planned, paid for, guests were traveling in. It was going to be a big wedding, 200 people, destination venue, the works. 3 weeks ago, Amanda and her bridesmaids went to Vegas for her bachelorette party. Standard Vegas trip, Friday through Sunday, staying at the Cosmopolitan, shows and clubs and pool parties. She'd been excited about it for months, planned it with her maid of honor, even showed me the itinerary. I stayed home with a group of guys for a low-key bachelor party, poker night, golf, beers, nothing wild. Amanda called me Saturday night from Vegas, drunk and happy, said she was having the best time with her girls. I was glad she was enjoying her last hurrah before the wedding. She came home Sunday evening with stories about the trip. The shows they'd seen, the clubs they'd gone to, how much fun it had been. She seemed tired but happy. We spent the week before the wedding doing final preparations, totally normal. Then Tuesday, 4 days before our wedding, I got a message on Instagram from someone I didn't know. The message said, "I think you should know what really happened in Vegas." The message included photos. Amanda in Vegas, but not with her bridesmaids. With a guy I recognized, Tyler, her ex-boyfriend from college. They dated for 2 years before breaking up about 6 years ago, before Amanda and I got together. The photos showed them together at restaurants, by the pool, clearly as a couple. There were timestamps, all from the weekend of her bachelorette party. The person who sent the photos identified herself as Kristen, one of the bridesmaids who'd been invited but couldn't attend at the last minute. She'd seen social media posts from the other bridesmaids that didn't match what Amanda had planned, gotten suspicious, and done some digging. Kristen explained that Amanda had secretly invited Tyler to Vegas. She'd booked a couple's suite at the hotel, not a room with the bridesmaids like she'd told me. The bridesmaids were staying in a separate room and covering for her, posting group photos from earlier in the day, then giving Amanda space to be with Tyler in the evenings. It was a planned affair. Amanda had used her bachelorette party as cover to spend a weekend with her ex-boyfriend, with her bridesmaids as accomplices. I felt sick. Our wedding was in 4 days. Guests were arriving. The rehearsal dinner was scheduled for Friday, and my fiancée had just spent a weekend with her ex-boyfriend while pretending to celebrate our upcoming marriage. I called Kristen, asked if she was certain about what she was telling me. She sent me more evidence. Screenshots of the bridesmaids' private group chat discussing the plan to cover for Amanda while she was with Tyler. Messages about how to handle social media so I wouldn't get suspicious. Logistics about timing so Amanda could spend maximum time with Tyler while maintaining the bachelorette party cover. The bridesmaids knew. They'd actively helped her cheat, helped her lie to me, all while we were supposed to be getting married in days. I could have confronted Amanda privately, called her, sat her down, asked for an explanation. But what explanation exists for planning an affair weekend with your ex-boyfriend days before marrying someone else? I looked at our wedding guest list. 200 people. They'd all received save-the-dates months ago, booked hotels and flights, bought gifts, taken time off work. They were coming to celebrate Amanda and me getting married. They deserved to know the wedding wasn't happening, and they deserved to know why. I compiled the evidence Kristen had sent. The photos of Amanda and Tyler together in Vegas with timestamps from her bachelorette weekend. Screenshots of the bridesmaids' group chat showing they'd planned to cover for her. Hotel confirmation showing Amanda had booked a couple's suite. I was able to verify this through our joint credit card statement. She'd charged it, and I hadn't noticed. I wrote a message. The wedding scheduled for this Saturday is canceled. Amanda spent her bachelorette weekend with her ex-boyfriend Tyler, with her bridesmaids covering for her. I apologize for any inconvenience to those who've traveled or made arrangements. I will not be marrying someone who planned an affair days before our wedding. I attached the photos and key screenshots as evidence. Then I sent it via group text to our entire wedding guest list, all 200 people, including both families, all the bridesmaids, groomsmen, everyone. Sent at 2:47 p.m. on Tuesday afternoon. The responses started immediately. Shock, support, questions, disbelief. My phone was blowing up. But the person whose response I was waiting for was Amanda. She called at 2:53 p.m., screaming, "What did you just do? Why would you send that to everyone?" I said calmly, "I canceled our wedding and explained why." She was hysterical, said I'd humiliated her in front of everyone we know, that I'd sent private photos and messages to 200 people without her permission, that I'd destroyed her reputation instead of talking to her first. I asked what there was to talk about. She'd spent her bachelorette weekend with Tyler while her bridesmaids helped cover it up. She was planning to marry me on Saturday after cheating days earlier. She tried to explain. Said Tyler had reached out when he heard she was getting married, that they'd met up in Vegas to get closure on their past relationship. That nothing physical had happened, they'd just spent time together as friends. I asked about the couple's suite, about the romantic dinners, about the photos of them clearly together as a couple, about the bridesmaids' messages discussing covering for her affair. She admitted they'd kissed, said it was a mistake, that she'd been having cold feet about the wedding and needed to see Tyler to confirm she was making the right choice by marrying me. That after the weekend, she'd realized she wanted to marry me and had come home ready to commit. I said using your bachelorette party to test the waters with your ex-boyfriend before deciding whether to go through with the wedding isn't cold feet. It's an affair. She begged me to take down the message, to tell everyone it was a misunderstanding. I said no. The wedding was canceled, and everyone needed to know. Amanda showed up at my apartment an hour later. demanded I send a retraction message saying I'd overreacted. I refused. She threatened to sue me for defamation. I said truth is a defense, and everything I'd sent was documented fact. The fallout has been catastrophic. Amanda's family is furious with me for publicly humiliating their daughter instead of handling it privately. Her mother called sobbing, saying I'd destroyed Amanda's reputation and no one in their social circle will look at her the same way. I asked if Amanda's mother thought I should have married her daughter, knowing she'd just spent a weekend with her ex-boyfriend. She said I could have confronted Amanda privately and then quietly canceled the wedding. That sending evidence to 200 people was vindictive. But how do you quietly cancel a wedding 4 days out? Everyone needed to know immediately so they could change their travel plans. And I wanted them to know why, so they didn't think I was the one who'd gotten cold feet or done something wrong. Amanda's bridesmaids are facing their own fallout. The screenshots I'd sent showed them actively planning to help her cheat. Several of them are married, and their husbands are now questioning whether they'd cover for each other if roles were reversed. 2 of the bridesmaids' relationships are now in trouble because of the group chat messages. The maid of honor tried to defend their actions, said they were supporting Amanda through a confusing time, that standing by your friend doesn't make you complicit in her choices. But the messages showed them actively helping her deceive me, so yes, that's complicit. Tyler, the ex-boyfriend, has been silent. I have no relationship with him and don't care what his perspective is. He knew Amanda was getting married in a week when he spent the weekend with her in Vegas. My family has been supportive. My parents said I did the right thing canceling the wedding and that being honest with guests about why was appropriate. My siblings agree, said Amanda doesn't get to cheat and then control the narrative. Amanda's friends have been attacking me on social media, posting vague things about people who air dirty laundry publicly and handling relationship problems with maturity. One of her friends posted that I'd weaponized the wedding guest list by sending evidence to everyone. But they were coming to our wedding. They had a right to know it was canceled and why. The alternative was letting them show up to a venue with no ceremony and wondering what happened. The venue, caterer, and vendors are all keeping our deposits. Everything was non-refundable within a week of the wedding. We're out about $65,000 between us. Amanda's parents paid for some. My parents paid for some. We paid for some. Everyone is losing money because of the cancellation. Amanda's parents are threatening to sue me for their portion of the costs, about $28,000. My lawyer says they have no case. The wedding was canceled due to Amanda's infidelity, which I can prove. I'm not liable for her choices. Wedding gifts are being returned. Some guests have sent me personal notes of support. Others have sent angry messages saying I handled the situation immaturely and embarrassed everyone involved. Reddit is divided. Half say I did exactly right. Amanda cheated days before the wedding. Everyone needed to know immediately, and providing evidence prevented her from controlling the narrative. The other half say I was vindictive, that I could have sent a simple cancellation message without the photos and screenshots, that publicly exposing Amanda's affair to 200 people was cruel, that I weaponized the guest list for revenge. Am I for how I canceled the wedding? Here's my position. Amanda spent her bachelorette weekend with her ex-boyfriend 4 days before our wedding. Her bridesmaids helped her do it. Everyone was going to show up Saturday expecting a ceremony that wasn't happening. They needed to know immediately. They needed to know why, so they could make informed decisions about travel, accommodations, and honestly, so they'd know I wasn't the one who'd screwed up. If I'd sent a vague, "wedding is canceled" message, speculation would have run wild. People would have assumed I'd done something wrong, or we'd had a fight, or I'd gotten cold feet. My reputation would have been damaged by vagueness. Instead, I sent the truth with evidence. Amanda's reputation is damaged now, but that's because of her actions, not my message. She spent her bachelorette weekend cheating. I spent Tuesday afternoon canceling our wedding and explaining why. Some people think that makes me vindictive. I think it makes me someone who refused to protect a cheater's reputation at the expense of truth. Amanda planned an affair weekend days before marrying me. I made sure everyone knew before showing up to a wedding that wasn't happening. The wedding is canceled. Amanda's reputation is damaged, and I'm single, having spent Tuesday afternoon sending the most honest group text of my life. Some people think that's cruel. I think it's transparent. Amanda can complain about public humiliation all she wants. She humiliated herself by cheating. I just documented it for the people who were about to celebrate our marriage. My fiancé cheated with my best man. I exposed them in my wedding speech. I'm 32 years ago, and I just called off my wedding during the reception after discovering my fiancé had been sleeping with my best man for the past 6 months. Found out 48 hours before the ceremony, but decided to let the wedding proceed. Let everyone gather, let the ceremony happen, let the reception start. Then during my groom's speech, instead of toasting my new wife, I played a video compilation of texts and photos proving the affair between my bride and my best man. Told 150 guests exactly why this would be my only speech as a married man, then walked out and had the marriage annulled within 72 hours. Now my ex-wife claims I ruined her wedding day instead of canceling privately. And my former best friend says I destroyed his reputation over a mistake. Am I the for exposing them during my wedding speech? My fiancée Jenna and I had been together for 5 years, engaged for 1. We'd planned a big wedding, 150 guests, beautiful venue, the works. My best friend since college, Marcus, was my best man. He'd been involved in all the planning, helped with bachelor party, was excited to stand beside me. 2 days before the wedding, I borrowed Marcus's laptop because mine was dead, and I needed to check something for the wedding timeline. He'd left his Facebook messages open. I wasn't snooping, just saw my name mentioned and got curious. The message thread with Jenna. Can't wait until after Saturday, no more sneaking around. Think he suspects anything? Jenna's response. No, he's completely clueless. We just need to get through the wedding and then we can figure out what to do. I scrolled up. Months of messages, explicit photos, plans to meet up while I was at work, discussions about how long they could maintain the affair before leaving me. 6 months. My fiancé and my best man had been sleeping together for 6 months while planning my wedding. While I was choosing flowers and seating charts, they were planning their affair schedule around wedding prep. I felt numb. The wedding was in 48 hours. 150 people were traveling to attend. We'd spent $60,000 on this event, and the bride and best man had been sleeping together throughout the entire engagement. I could cancel everything, send out a mass message, refund what we could, call it off. But something in me wanted everyone to know exactly what Jenna and Marcus had done, wanted them to face the consequences publicly, the same way they'd publicly been my partner and best friend while privately betraying me. I copied everything from Marcus's laptop. Screenshots of texts, photos they'd exchanged, timeline of their affair. Then I closed the laptop like nothing happened. I went home to Jenna. She was excited about the wedding, talking about final details, completely unaware I knew. I smiled and acted normal. 2 more days of pretending. Marcus texted me that evening. Can't wait to stand beside you Saturday, brother. I responded, Same here, man. Thanks for everything. Both of them thought they'd gotten away with it, that they'd stand at my wedding, smile for photos, celebrate with our families, and I'd never know. I let them think that. The wedding day arrived. I got ready with my groomsmen, including Marcus. He was joking, excited, playing his best man role perfectly. I acted normal, nervous groom, ready for the big day. The ceremony happened. I stood at the altar and watched Jenna walk down the aisle in her white dress. Saw Marcus standing beside me as my best man. Said vows that both of them knew were based on lies. We were pronounced husband and wife. I kissed Jenna. Everyone cheered. Photos were taken of the happy couple, and the beaming best man. The reception started. Dinner was served. Everyone was celebrating, drinking, having a good time. Jenna looked beautiful and happy. Marcus was giving toasts and laughing with guests. Then came the speeches. The best man speech first. Marcus stood and gave a heartfelt speech about our friendship, about how perfect Jenna and I were together, about being honored to stand beside his best friend on the most important day of his life. Everyone applauded. Jenna was crying happy tears. I was watching Marcus lie to 150 people about our friendship. Then it was time for the groom's speech. Traditional last speech of the evening. I stood up with my champagne glass. The room went quiet, waiting for me to toast my new bride. I said, "Thank you all for being here. Before I make my toast, I want to share something with you." I pulled out a remote and nodded to the AV tech I'd briefed earlier. The screens set up for our wedding photo slideshow switched to a new presentation. The first slide, the real wedding story. Then, screenshots of Marcus and Jenna's texts, explicit messages discussing their affair, photos they'd sent each other. A timeline showing their affair had been ongoing for 6 months of our engagement, throughout all the wedding planning. The room went dead silent. I let the slideshow run for about 30 seconds, enough for everyone to understand what they were seeing. Then I spoke. My bride Jenna and my best man Marcus have been having an affair for the past 6 months. Every text, every photo you just saw is real. They plan to continue the affair even after today. Jenna was standing now, white-faced, saying, "Stop, please, stop." Marcus looked like he wanted to disappear. I continued, "I found out 2 days ago. I could have canceled the wedding, but I wanted everyone here to know exactly who they were celebrating. So thank you for coming to witness the marriage of a cheater to someone who trusted her, officiated by a best friend who betrayed him." I put down my champagne glass. This will be my only speech as a married man. I'm filing for annulment Monday morning. You're all welcome to stay and enjoy the reception. We paid for it. But I'm leaving. I walked out. Left my bride of 3 hours standing at the head table. Left my best man frozen in shock. Left 150 guests in stunned silence. The aftermath was nuclear. I spent the wedding night at a hotel, blocked both Jenna and Marcus on everything, and contacted my attorney first thing Monday morning. The annulment was straightforward. Married less than 72 hours, unconsummated marriage, I'd left the wedding without going home. Clear fraud. Jenna had concealed a material fact, the affair, that I wouldn't have married her if I'd known. The marriage was annulled within a week. Legally, it was like we'd never been married. But the social fallout was massive. The wedding had been witnessed by 150 people who now all knew Jenna and Marcus had been having an affair. Word spread beyond attendees through social media. Photos of my presentation slides were shared by guests. Jenna is devastated. She's posted that I ruined her wedding day by exposing the affair publicly instead of canceling privately. That I let her go through with the ceremony knowing I was going to humiliate her during the reception. That I used our wedding as a revenge platform instead of handling it like an adult. Her family is furious with me. Her mother called saying I'd humiliated her daughter in front of everyone they knew. That I could have found out about the affair and called off the wedding beforehand, but instead, I'd orchestrated public humiliation. Marcus has been equally vocal. He's claimed he made a mistake, and I've destroyed his reputation by exposing it at our wedding. That I could have confronted him privately, ended our friendship quietly, but instead, I'd weaponized our wedding to ruin his life. His argument: yes, the affair was wrong, but my revenge, letting the wedding proceed specifically so I could expose them publicly, was disproportionate. That I'd used $60,000 and 150 guests as props in my revenge scheme. My family is split. My mother thinks I was justified. Jenna and Marcus deserve to be exposed. My father thinks I should have canceled the wedding, that proceeding with the ceremony just to humiliate them was too far. Friends are divided. Some say what I did was legendary, caught them in the worst possible moment, made sure everyone knew their betrayal. Others think it was vindictive, that I should have canceled or confronted privately rather than turning the wedding into a revenge spectacle. The financial aspect is messy. We'd spent $60,000 on the wedding that happened. Everything was non-refundable. Jenna's family had paid about $35,000. Mine paid about $25,000. Jenna's parents are demanding my family reimburse them since I ruined the wedding. My lawyer says they have no case. The wedding happened, services were rendered, and the annulment was due to Jenna's fraud, concealing the affair, not my actions. AI Thea for exposing my fiancé's affair during my wedding speech instead of canceling the wedding? Reddit is intensely divided. Many say I'm a legend, that Jenna and Marcus betrayed me in the worst way, let me plan and pay for a wedding based on lies, and deserved to be exposed publicly. That using the wedding speech to reveal the truth was poetic justice. They'd used the wedding as cover for their affair. I used it as the venue for their exposure. Others say I was vindictive, that discovering the affair 2 days before the wedding and letting it proceed anyway, letting Jenna walk down the aisle, say vows, celebrate, specifically so I could humiliate her during the reception was cruel. That I could have sent a mass cancellation message or just not shown up, but instead I orchestrated theatrical revenge. Some point out that I saved money. Canceling 48 hours before would have meant losing deposits on everything anyway. At least this way the wedding happened, and I got my annulment, plus the satisfaction of exposing them. The others counter that financial considerations don't justify psychological revenge. That using a wedding ceremony as setup for public humiliation is deeply messed up. Here's my perspective. Jenna and Marcus conducted a 6-month affair while planning my wedding. They stood beside me during the ceremony, knowing they'd been betraying me. They smiled for photos, gave speeches, celebrated, all while hiding their affair. When I found out 2 days before, I had choices: cancel and let them spin a narrative, confront privately and give them time to craft lies, or let the wedding proceed and expose them when they least expected it, in front of everyone who'd been deceived. I chose exposure, made them stand through the ceremony, smile for photos, give speeches, all while knowing what was coming. Then revealed everything during my speech when they were most vulnerable. Was it revenge? Absolutely. Was it vindictive? Yes. But they'd spent 6 months lying while I planned their wedding. I spent 2 days planning their exposure. Jenna can claim I ruined her wedding day, but she ruined our marriage before it even started by sleeping with my best man. The wedding day was already ruined. I just made sure everyone knew why. Marcus can claim I destroyed his reputation over a mistake, but 6 months of systematic betrayal isn't a mistake. It's a choice he made repeatedly. They both want to frame this as me being cruel and vindictive, but they were the ones who let me plan a wedding while conducting an affair. They were the ones who stood at that altar knowing they'd betrayed me. I just made sure they faced consequences in front of everyone they'd been deceiving. The marriage lasted 3 hours. The annulment took a week. The social consequences for Jenna and Marcus will last much longer. Some people think that's too harsh. I think it's proportionate to 6 months of lies culminating in a wedding based on fraud. Jenna and Marcus betrayed me. I exposed them. They can complain about the method all they want. At least everyone knows the truth now. The wedding photos capture the last moments before their lies were revealed. And I'm free of both of them. I discovered my wife's affair through our smart home devices, played the audio at mediation. I'm 39 years of Elm, and I just destroyed my wife's divorce settlement by using our smart home audio recordings as evidence of her affair. Our house has Alexa devices in every room, and I discovered they'd recorded conversations between my wife and her lover discussing the affair, bad-mouthing me, and planning to hide assets in the divorce. Instead of confronting her immediately, I saved all the recordings, filed for divorce citing irreconcilable differences, then played the audio during our mediation session when she was demanding 50% of everything. Now she's facing a much worse settlement and claims I illegally recorded her when she had a reasonable expectation of privacy in her own home. Am I thither for using smart home recordings to prove her affair and asset hiding plans? My wife Christine and I have been married for 12 years. We have a smart home setup, Alexa devices in the living room, kitchen, bedroom, and home office. We use them for music, timers, smart home controls, the usual stuff. About 4 months ago, I noticed Christine being secretive with her phone and spending more time working late at the office. Classic affair signs. I suspected something but had no proof. Then, I remembered that Alexa devices keep audio recordings of commands and sometimes pick up background conversations. I logged into our Amazon account and checked the voice history archive. What I found was devastating. Hours of recorded conversations between Christine and someone named Michael. They weren't talking to Alexa. The device had been triggered by wake words or background noise and recorded their conversations. In the living room, recording from 3 weeks ago, Christine and Michael discussing their affair, how long they could keep it secret, whether I suspected anything. Michael saying he couldn't wait to finally be together once Christine left me. In the bedroom recording from 2 weeks ago, Christine and Michael having sex. The audio was explicit and unmistakable. Moaning, dirty talk. My wife having an affair in our marital bed. In the home office recording from last week, Christine and Michael discussing finances. Christine explaining how much money we had, which assets were in whose name, how she could hide money before filing for divorce. Michael advising her to transfer funds to a separate account I didn't know about. They were planning the affair exit strategy while I was at work, and Alexa had recorded everything. I felt sick. My wife was cheating, planning to divorce me, and strategizing how to hide assets so I'd get less in the settlement. The audio recordings documented it all. I could have confronted Christine immediately, but the recordings showed she was planning to hide assets. If I confronted her now, she'd accelerate those plans and I'd have no proof. Instead, I downloaded all the recordings, backed them up in multiple locations, compiled timestamps and transcripts of the most damaging conversations. Then, I filed for divorce first, before Christine could execute her asset-hiding strategy. When Christine was served with divorce papers, she was shocked. She'd been planning to file soon but hadn't expected me to beat her to it. She tried to have a conversation about working things out, but I was cold and firm. Said the marriage was over. We'd settle things through lawyers. Christine's lawyer sent over her proposed settlement. 50-50 split of all assets. Spousal support of $3,000 per month for 5 years. She keeps the house. Standard divorce settlement for a 12-year marriage. My lawyer responded with my counteroffer. 60-40 split in my favor. No spousal support. House gets sold and proceeds split. Christine was furious, said I was being unreasonable and we'd need mediation. Fine by me. Mediation was scheduled for 2 weeks later. During those 2 weeks, I had the audio recordings professionally transcribed and authenticated. My lawyer confirmed they were admissible in court. The recordings were from devices in my own home that I jointly owned and controlled. There's no expectation of privacy when using smart home devices that create audio logs accessible to all account holders. The mediation arrived. Christine, her lawyer, me, and my lawyer sat in a conference room with a mediator. Christine's lawyer started by presenting her settlement demands: 50-50 split, spousal support, house to Christine. The mediator asked if I agreed. I said no. Christine's lawyer asked why I thought I deserved better terms than standard marital division. I said, because Christine has been having an affair for at least 4 months, had sex with her affair partner in our marital bed, and has been planning to hide marital assets before the divorce. Christine's face went white. Her lawyer said I'd need to prove such serious allegations. I pulled out my laptop. Our home has Alexa devices in every room. They've recorded conversations that prove everything I just said." Christine started to protest. Her lawyer cut her off and asked to hear the recordings. I played them. The living room conversation about the affair. The bedroom audio of Christine having sex with Michael. The home office discussion about hiding assets. The mediator looked uncomfortable. Christine was crying. Her lawyer was furiously taking notes. I had hours of recordings, but I'd selected the most damaging clips, about 20 minutes total, that proved the affair, the planning to hide assets, and Christine's intent to deceive me in the divorce. Christine's lawyer tried to argue the recordings were inadmissible, that Christine had an expectation of privacy in her own home, and I'd illegally recorded her. My lawyer shut that down immediately. The devices were joint property. I had equal access to the Amazon account, and there's no reasonable expectation of privacy when using devices that create audio logs accessible to both spouses. Courts have repeatedly ruled that smart home devices don't create a protected privacy zone. More damning, the recordings showed Christine planning to commit fraud, hiding assets in a divorce. That's illegal. The recordings documented her planning crimes. The mediator asked Christine if the voices in the recordings were accurate. Was that her discussing an affair and asset hiding? Christine admitted yes, it was her, but claimed the affair had ended and she hadn't actually hidden any assets yet. Yet was the key word. She'd been planning to, but I'd filed for divorce before she could execute the plan. The mediation dynamic shifted completely. Christine's lawyer went from demanding 50-50 in spousal support to trying to minimize damage. My lawyer pressed the advantage. The audio proved adultery and attempted fraud, which significantly affected settlement terms in my state. Final settlement, 65-35 split in my favor. No spousal support, house gets sold, and Christine has to pay my legal fees. If she contested, we'd go to court, where a judge would likely give me an even better split once hearing the recordings of her planning asset fraud. Christine accepted the terms. She was devastated, but her lawyer advised her she had no good options. Fighting would only make things worse once the affair and fraud planning were fully presented in court. The divorce finalized last month. I got the significantly better settlement. Christine got much less than she'd planned. She's been posting on social media about privacy violations and technology being weaponized in divorce. Claims I illegally recorded her in her own home and used the recordings vindictively. Her friends have been supportive of that narrative. Comments about how using smart home recordings against your spouse is unethical, that everyone deserves privacy even from their partner, that I violated trust by accessing the recordings. But legally, I did nothing wrong. The devices were joint property. The Amazon account was joint. I had every right to access recordings from devices I owned in my own house. Ethically, Christine cheated in our home, had sex with her affair partner in our bed, and planned to commit fraud by hiding assets. The recordings just documented her own actions and words. My friends and family are supportive. They're horrified by what Christine did and said, especially the bedroom recordings of her having sex with Michael in our marital bed. They think I was smart to gather evidence before filing. Christine's family is furious with me. Her mother called me controlling and vindictive for using technology to spy on Christine. I said I didn't spy. I accessed recordings from joint devices in our joint home. If Christine wanted privacy, she shouldn't have had affairs in a house full of smart speakers. Ayata for using smart home recordings to prove my wife's affair and asset hiding plans. Reddit is mostly on my side, but with concerns about privacy. Many say I'm completely justified. Christine conducted an affair in our home, had sex with her lover in our bed, and planned financial fraud. The smart home recordings documented her own words and actions. Using that evidence in divorce proceedings was appropriate. It proved adultery and fraud planning that directly affected the settlement. A minority says I violated Christine's privacy, that even though the recordings were technically accessible to me, using them against her was unethical, that spouses deserve some privacy even in shared homes with joint devices. Some point out that Christine planned to commit fraud, that the recordings didn't just show an affair, which is legal, but also plans to hide assets, which is illegal. That using evidence of planned crimes is always appropriate, regardless of how it was obtained. Others argue that the surveillance aspect is creepy, regardless of legality. That using smart home devices to document a spouse's conversations feels like spying, even if it's technically allowed. Here's my perspective. Christine had an affair, brought her lover into our home, had sex in our bed, and planned to hide assets before divorcing me. She did all of this in a house equipped with smart home devices that we both knew created audio logs. I didn't secretly install recording devices. These were Alexa speakers we'd both chosen to have throughout our house. Christine knew they existed and sometimes created recordings. She just didn't think about them when having her affair conversations. When I suspected the affair, I checked the audio logs from devices I jointly owned, found proof of the affair and fraud planning, used that evidence in divorce proceedings. Was it privacy violating? In a sense, yes. But Christine violated our marriage vows, our home, and planned to violate our financial partnership through fraud. The recordings just documented what she chose to do and say in our shared home. Christine can claim technology was weaponized against her, but she weaponized our home by bringing her affair partner into it. She weaponized our finances by planning to hide assets. I just had better documentation. The settlement reflects the reality of what she did. Without the recordings, she'd have gotten 50-50 and spousal support, while I never knew about the affair or fraud planning. With the recordings, she got 35% and no support, because her own words proved her betrayal and illegal plans. Some people think accessing those recordings was unethical. I think having an affair in our home and planning financial fraud was unethical. The recordings just provided proof. Christine's affair was documented by devices she knew existed. Her fraud planning was captured by technology we'd jointly installed. I didn't create the recordings, I just accessed what already existed. The divorce is final. Christine got a significantly worse settlement because of evidence from our own smart home devices. She can complain about privacy all she wants, but when you cheat in a house full of Alexa devices, you should remember they're listening. And when you plan to commit fraud, you should remember those recordings are accessible to your spouse. Christine learned that lesson the expensive way. I just made sure technology that was already there worked in my favor instead of hers. Some call it surveillance. I call it using joint property to document the truth. Christine's own words destroyed her settlement. I just played them back. My wife's affair baby isn't mine. I made her tell everyone at the gender reveal party. I'm 33-year-old M, and I just destroyed my wife's elaborate lies at what was supposed to be our baby's gender reveal party. She's 7 months pregnant, and I discovered through a paternity test that the baby isn't mine. It's her coworkers from an affair. Instead of confronting her privately, I let her plan the entire gender reveal party with our families, then revealed at the party that the baby isn't mine by changing the reveal from, "It's a boy," to, "It's not mine." Now both families know about the affair, her parents are devastated, and she's claiming I traumatized her while pregnant, instead of handling this privately before involving 60 family members. Am I for exposing the affair at the baby reveal party she insisted on having? My wife Rachel and I have been married for 5 years. We'd been trying to conceive for about a year with no success. We'd done fertility testing, tried timing, considered IVF options. It was stressful, but we were committed to becoming parents together. Then, 6 months ago, Rachel announced she was pregnant. We were thrilled. All the trying had finally worked. We told our families, started preparing the nursery, did all the typical excited parent-to-be things. Rachel wanted to do a big gender reveal party. I thought it was a bit much, just tell people the gender. But she was excited about it, and I wanted her to be happy. So we planned a party for when she'd be 7 months along, invited both families, about 60 people total. At the 4-month anatomy scan, we'd found out the baby's gender, but sealed it in an envelope to give to the party planner who'd coordinate the reveal. It was a boy. Rachel was overjoyed. She'd wanted a son. Everything seemed perfect. Then 3 weeks ago, I got a weird message on social media from someone I didn't know. "You should do a paternity test. Ask Rachel about Marcus." I dismissed it as spam or someone trolling, but it nagged at me. Who was Marcus? Rachel worked with a Marcus. I'd met him at company events. Nice enough guy, never thought anything of their professional relationship, but the message wouldn't leave my mind. I started thinking about the timeline. We'd been trying for a year with no success. Rachel had fertility issues according to our testing. Then, suddenly, she got pregnant right after a work trip to a conference where Marcus had also attended. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't shake the suspicion. While Rachel was at work, I took a sample from her prenatal vitamins, which had her DNA, and ordered a paternity test kit that could test before birth using the mother's DNA and mine. The results came back. 0% probability of paternity. The baby Rachel was carrying wasn't mine. I felt like I'd been punched. She was 7 months pregnant with another man's child. We'd been trying for a year, going through fertility testing, and she'd gotten pregnant by someone else while we were married and supposedly trying to conceive. I confronted her with the paternity test results. She broke down immediately, admitted she'd had a brief affair with Marcus during the conference, said it had been a one-time mistake, that she'd ended it immediately, that she'd thought the baby was mine since we'd also been trying during that time. I asked if she'd known the baby might not be mine. She admitted she'd suspected, but convinced herself it was mine because she wanted it to be. She'd never told me about Marcus or the possibility that the baby wasn't mine. 7 months. She'd let me believe I was going to be a father for 7 months, while knowing there was a significant possibility the baby wasn't mine. I asked if she'd told Marcus. She said no. He had no idea she was pregnant or that the baby might be his. I had a choice. Confront this privately, cancel the gender reveal party, handle the divorce and paternity situation quietly, or expose everything publicly at the party Rachel had insisted on having. Part of me wanted to handle it privately. This was humiliating for both of us, and involving 60 family members seemed cruel. But another part of me was furious. Rachel had lied for 7 months. She'd let me bond with a pregnancy that wasn't mine. She'd planned an elaborate party to celebrate a baby that wasn't mine while never telling me the truth. I decided the party would happen, but I'd control the reveal. The gender reveal was planned to happen via a balloon box. When opened, either pink or blue balloons would float out, revealing the baby's gender. The party planner had the sealed envelope with, "It's a boy," written inside, and would prepare the blue balloons accordingly. I contacted the party planner privately, explained that there had been a mistake with the envelope, and I needed to provide a corrected one. Gave her a new envelope that said, "It's not mine," and asked her to prepare a black balloon instead. A single black balloon with those words written on it. The party planner was confused but agreed. She probably thought it was some weird joke I was planning. The day of the party arrived. Rachel was excited, greeting family members, glowing in her maternity dress, ready to reveal our baby's gender to everyone. Our families were there. My parents, siblings, aunts, uncles. Rachel's parents, siblings, grandparents. Friends from work and our social circle. About 60 people gathered to celebrate. Rachel gave a speech about how grateful she was for everyone's support during the pregnancy, how excited we were to become parents, how this baby was a blessing after trying for so long. Then came the reveal. The balloon box sat in the center of the gathering. On the count of 3, Rachel and I were supposed to open it together, and blue balloons would float out. I counted. 1, 2, 3. Rachel opened the box. A single black balloon floated out with, "It's not mine," written in large white letters. The crowd went silent. Rachel looked confused, then horrified. She turned to me. I said loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Rachel had an affair with her co-worker Marcus. The baby she's carrying isn't mine. I found out 3 weeks ago through a paternity test. She's known for 7 months that there was a possibility this baby wasn't mine, but never told me." Rachel started crying, saying, "Stop, please stop." But I continued. She insisted on this gender reveal party. She wanted to celebrate with our families. So here's the reveal. It's a boy. But he's not my boy. He's Marcus's boy. And Rachel has been lying about it for 7 months. The silence was deafening. Then, chaos. Rachel's mother started crying. My mother looked shocked. People started talking all at once. Rachel was sobbing, saying I'd humiliated her, that we should have talked about this privately. I said we'd talked privately 3 weeks ago when I confronted her with the paternity test, that she'd admitted to the affair and to suspecting the baby wasn't mine, that she'd still wanted to go ahead with this party, pretending everything was fine. Rachel's father was furious, at both of us, at Rachel for cheating and lying, at me for exposing it so publicly. He started shouting that this was inappropriate, that Rachel was 7 months pregnant and I was traumatizing her in front of everyone. I said she'd traumatized me by letting me believe I was going to be a father when she knew the baby might not be mine, that she'd insisted on this party to celebrate a lie, that I'd just changed the reveal to tell the truth. The party dissolved into chaos. Half the attendees left immediately. Rachel's mother took her inside, away from the crowd. My parents stayed, stunned and asking for explanations. Rachel's father threatened to have me charged with something for publicly humiliating his pregnant daughter. I gave a brief explanation to those who stayed. Rachel had an affair, got pregnant, never told me there was doubt about paternity, planned this whole party while lying. I'd found out via paternity test 3 weeks ago and decided if she wanted a big public reveal, we'd reveal the truth publicly. Some family members were sympathetic to me. Others thought I'd handled it cruelly, that confronting a 7-month pregnant woman at her own party was vindictive, regardless of her affair. Rachel has been staying with her parents since the party 3 days ago. She sent me dozens of texts, alternating between apologizing for the affair and condemning me for the public humiliation. Her main argument? Yes, she made a mistake with the affair. Yes, she should have told me about the paternity doubt. But I traumatized her and endangered the baby by exposing everything at a party when she's 7 months pregnant. That I could have confronted her privately, canceled the party, handled the divorce quietly without involving 60 family members in the most humiliating moment of her life. My family is mostly on my side. They're hurt and angry at Rachel for the affair and the lies. My mother did say she wished I'd told her privately first so she didn't have to find out at a party, but she understands my anger. Rachel's family is split. Her father is furious with me, says regardless of Rachel's mistakes, publicly humiliating a pregnant woman is unforgivable. Her mother is devastated by Rachel's affair, but also horrified by how I revealed it. Rachel's sister has actually been texting me support, saying Rachel deserved to face consequences for her lies. I've filed for divorce. The paternity situation is complicated. Legally, I'm presumed to be the father since we're married. I'll need to contest paternity formally, establish that Marcus is the biological father, and ensure I'm not responsible for child support. Marcus, the co-worker, has been informed by Rachel that the baby is his. He's apparently shocked and overwhelmed. He had no idea Rachel was pregnant. AITA for exposing my wife's affair and the paternity issue at the gender reveal party? Reddit is intensely divided. Many say I'm completely justified. Rachel lied for 7 months, insisted on a public party, and deserved to have her lies exposed publicly. That if she wanted to celebrate the pregnancy publicly, she should face the truth publicly. Others say I was cruel, that a 7-month pregnant woman shouldn't be publicly humiliated regardless of her affair. That I could have canceled the party and handled everything privately without traumatizing Rachel and both families. Some argue the party was already planned, people had traveled, and simply canceling would have raised questions anyway. That revealing the truth at the party at least gave everyone the explanation at once. Others counter that everyone deserves an explanation doesn't justify traumatizing a pregnant woman at her own celebration. Here's my perspective. Rachel had an affair, got pregnant, suspected the baby wasn't mine, and hid it for 7 months. She insisted on a gender reveal party with 60 family members to celebrate a baby she knew might not be mine. She wanted the celebration, the attention, the joy, all based on a lie. I could have stopped the party, but she'd been lying for 7 months. If she wanted to celebrate publicly, we'd reveal the truth publicly. Was it vindictive? Absolutely. Was it cruel? Probably. But 7 months of letting me believe I was going to be a father when she knew I might not be was also cruel. Rachel chose to have an affair. She chose not to tell me about paternity doubts. She chose to plan a big public party. I chose to make that party reveal the truth instead of perpetuating her lie. Some people think I'm a monster for publicly humiliating a pregnant woman. Others think Rachel deserved exactly what happened for lying for 7 months. I'm 33, filing for divorce, and not the father of the baby my wife is carrying. Rachel is 7 months pregnant with her affair partner's child and facing the reality that 60 family members know she lied. The gender reveal revealed more than the baby's gender. It revealed 7 months of lies. Rachel can claim I traumatized her, but she traumatized me for 7 months by letting me bond with a pregnancy that wasn't mine. At least now everyone knows the truth. The reveal just wasn't the one Rachel had planned. My boyfriend cheated while I was caring for my dying mother. I waited until his promotion. I'm 30, Euro female, and I just exposed my boyfriend's affair at the worst possible moment for him, right after his major promotion. 6 months ago, while I was spending every day at the hospital with my dying mother, he was sleeping with someone from his gym. I found out 2 weeks after my mother passed, but instead of confronting him immediately, I stayed silent for 4 months while he prepared for a huge career promotion. The day after he got promoted to VP, I sent all the evidence of his affair to his new boss in HR, got him fired for violating the company's fraternization policy. She was his subordinate, and then broke up with him. He's devastated I sabotaged his career instead of just ending the relationship, but he cheated while I was watching my mother die. Am I to you for timing my revenge to cause maximum professional damage? My mother was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer last January. Given 3 months to live, maybe 6 with aggressive treatment. I'm an only child, so caring for her fell entirely to me. I took family medical leave from work, spent every day at her bedside, managed her care, made impossible decisions about treatment and comfort. My boyfriend Ryan of 3 years was supportive initially. He'd visit the hospital, bring me food, hold me when I cried. But as weeks turned into months, he became more distant. Said the hospital environment was depressing. He needed some space to deal with his own feelings about my mom's illness. I understood. Not everyone can handle prolonged exposure to death. I told him I needed him to be patient, that once Mom passed and I'd grieved, we'd get back to normal life. My mother died in June after 5 months of decline. I was with her at the end. Ryan came to the funeral, held my hand, seemed supportive. I moved back home after living at my mother's house for months and tried to rebuild my life. 2 weeks after the funeral, I was cleaning out my mother's house and found my old laptop I'd left there. Opened it to find old photos of Mom and discovered Ryan's iCloud was still logged in from when he'd used it months ago. His messages were synced to the laptop. Months of conversations with someone named Becca. I opened the thread and felt my stomach drop. They'd met at Ryan's gym in March, 2 months into my mother's illness. Started as workout partners, escalated to flirting, then to an affair. The messages showed they'd been sleeping together since April, meeting at her apartment 2 to 3 times per week while I was at the hospital with my dying mother. The messages were explicit. But worse were the ones where Ryan complained about me, about how I'd gotten depressing since my mom got sick, how I was emotionally unavailable because I was focused on my mother, how Becca was fun and carefree compared to me dealing with terminal cancer. He'd been cheating on me with some gym girl while I watched my mother die. While I was making decisions about morphine dosages and DNR orders, he was sleeping with Becca and complaining that I wasn't fun anymore. I felt rage unlike anything I'd experienced. Even through my grief, the anger was white hot. Ryan had betrayed me during the worst period of my life. I could have confronted him immediately, broken up, moved on. But something stopped me. I looked at the dates of the messages. The affair had started in April and appeared to have ended in late June, right around when my mother died. I checked Ryan's social media. No recent posts with Becca. No indication they were still together. The affair might have already burned out. Then I saw a post from Ryan, celebrating a major project success at work. In the comments, people congratulating him on his upcoming promotion review. Ryan was up for VP at his company, a huge career leap he'd been working toward for years. An idea formed. I didn't confront Ryan about the affair. Instead, I acted like everything was fine. We resumed our relationship. I moved back in with him. We went back to normal couple routines. He seemed relieved, probably thought he'd gotten away with the affair since it had ended and I'd never found out. Meanwhile, I was gathering more evidence. I'd found the messages on the laptop, but I needed more. I checked our cell phone records, found dozens of calls to Becca's number during March through June. I checked Ryan's credit card statements. We had a joint card. Found hotel charges during that period, always midday when I was at the hospital. I did research on Becca, found her LinkedIn. She worked at Ryan's company, in his department, 2 levels below him. If he became VP, he'd be her direct supervisor 3 levels up. Their affair would violate the company's fraternization policy, especially with the power dynamic of him being promoted above her. I had all the evidence I needed. Now, I just needed to wait for the right moment. Ryan's promotion review was scheduled for October. He was confident he'd get it. His team had hit all their targets. He had strong support from leadership. His interview had gone well. He talked constantly about the VP role, the salary increase, the stock options. I smiled and congratulated him and waited. In late October, Ryan got the news. He was being promoted to VP effective November 1st. He was ecstatic. Took me to an expensive dinner to celebrate, talked about our future now that his career was advancing, even hinted at proposing once he'd settled into the new role. I congratulated him warmly, told him I was proud, and started planning. November 1st was Ryan's first day as VP. He left for work that morning excited, nervous, ready for his new responsibilities. At 9 a.m., I sent a detailed email to his new boss, SVP, and the HR director, explained that Ryan had conducted an affair with a subordinate employee, Becca, from April through June of this year. Attached evidence, screenshots of their explicit messages, call records, hotel receipts. Noted that Ryan's promotion now placed him in Becca's direct chain of command, creating a fraternization policy violation. At 10 a.m., I moved my belongings out of Ryan's apartment, left my key on the counter with a note. I know about Becca. I know what you did while my mother was dying. I waited until now so you'd know exactly what you lost. We're done. At 11 a.m., Ryan started calling me frantically. I didn't answer. At 2 p.m., Ryan was called into an emergency meeting with HR and his boss. They'd reviewed my evidence and confirmed the affair. He was fired effective immediately for violating fraternization policy. His VP promotion was rescinded. He was offered a severance package contingent on signing an NDA. He'd been VP for less than 6 hours before being terminated. Ryan showed up at my friend's apartment where I was staying, pounding on the door and demanding to talk. I called the police and had him removed. He sent dozens of texts, angry, then apologetic, then angry again. The core message? I'd destroyed his career instead of just breaking up with him. That he'd made a mistake with Becca during a stressful time, but I'd deliberately waited to expose it at the moment that would cause maximum professional damage. That I'd been calculated and cruel. Ryan's texts kept coming. He claimed the affair with Becca had been a stress response to watching my mother decline. That he'd needed an escape from the depression and death. That he'd ended it on his own and was going to tell me eventually. I responded once. You cheated while I was watching my mother die. Then you let me grieve and move back in with you without telling me. You got your dream promotion. I made sure you lost it. We're even. He wasn't satisfied with that. Kept calling, texting, even sending flowers with apology notes. I blocked him everywhere. The fallout has been significant. Ryan is unemployed. His termination was for cause, violating fraternization policy, so his reputation in the industry is damaged. He's struggling to get interviews because references from his former employer are limited. Becca apparently also faced consequences. She wasn't fired, but she was moved to a different department and warned about workplace relationships. Her career trajectory at the company is likely limited now. Ryan's friends have reached out to me. Some saying I went too far. That yes, he cheated, but destroying his career was disproportionate revenge. That I could have just broken up with him instead of deliberately timing the exposure to ruin his promotion. Others understand my anger but think I should have confronted him when I first discovered the affair. That waiting 4 months while secretly planning his professional destruction was calculating and cruel. My friends are split but mostly supportive. They saw what I went through with my mother's death. They know Ryan was cheating during that time. They think he deserved professional consequences for personal betrayals. My therapist has been careful not to judge, but has asked me to examine whether the revenge satisfied my anger or just added more negativity to an already painful situation. Honestly, it felt good in the moment. Watching him lose his promotion after working for it for years, knowing he'd lost it because of his own choices, felt like justice. But the satisfaction faded quickly. My mother is still dead. Ryan's career destruction doesn't bring her back or erase his betrayal during her illness. Either for waiting 4 months to expose the affair specifically to destroy Ryan's promotion? Reddit is very divided on this one. Many say I'm completely justified. Ryan cheated during the worst time of my life, while I was caring for my dying mother. He showed no remorse, never confessed, just resumed the relationship, hoping I'd never find out. Waiting to expose him at maximum impact is fair consequences for someone who betrayed their partner during a family tragedy. Others say I crossed into vindictive territory. That discovering the affair and ending the relationship would have been appropriate, but deliberately waiting 4 months and timing the exposure to destroy his promotion was calculated revenge, not justice. That I prioritized hurting him over healing myself. Some point out that the fraternization policy violation was real. Ryan did have an affair with a subordinate, and his promotion created a genuine policy problem. So reporting it wasn't just revenge, it was exposing a legitimate workplace issue. Others counter that I only reported it to hurt Ryan, not out of concern for workplace policy. That my motivation was revenge, even if the mechanism was legitimate. Here's my perspective. Ryan cheated while I was watching my mother die. He complained about me being depressing and emotionally unavailable to his affair partner, while I was literally managing hospice care. He ended the affair quietly and resumed our relationship without ever confessing, counting on me never finding out. When I discovered the truth, I could have confronted him immediately. Instead, I waited. I let him prepare for and receive his dream promotion. Then, I made sure he lost it, all in the same day he got it. Was that revenge? Absolutely. Was it disproportionate? Maybe. Do I regret it? I'm honestly not sure. The satisfaction was temporary. Ryan's career damage doesn't heal my grief over my mother or his betrayal during her dying days. But he knows now that cheating during your partner's worst life crisis has consequences. He knows that I didn't just walk away quietly. I made sure he felt lost too. Some people think that makes me vindictive. Others think it makes me someone who refused to be the only one who suffered. Ryan cheated while my mother was dying. I waited until his career peaked to expose it. He lost his VP position in less than a day. That's not just revenge. That's making sure he experienced a fraction of the loss I experienced while he was betraying me. I'm 30, unemployed, left my job for family leave and haven't returned, grieving my mother, and single after destroying my ex's career. Some days I think the revenge was worth it. Other days, I think I should have just walked away. But I can't change it now. Ryan will rebuild his career eventually. I'll never get another moment with my mother. At least he knows what it feels like to lose something irreplaceable while someone you trusted betrays you. That has to count for something. My husband gave his mistress the jewelry I inherited. I got it back through small claims court. I'm 35 future, and I just sued my husband's mistress in small claims court to recover my grandmother's jewelry he'd given her during their affair. My grandmother left me her vintage jewelry collection worth about $45,000, pieces with sentimental and monetary value. During my husband's year-long affair, he'd been stealing pieces from my jewelry box and giving them to his mistress as gifts. When I discovered the affair and demanded the jewelry back, she refused, claiming they were gifts freely given. I sued her in small claims court, won judgment for the full value, and she had to return every piece or pay me $45,000. Now my ex-husband says I'm vindictive for going after his mistress legally, instead of just accepting that the jewelry was gone. A method for suing the other woman to get my inheritance back? My grandmother died 3 years ago and left me her jewelry collection. She'd been collecting pieces her entire life: vintage brooches, estate rings, antique necklaces. Some pieces dated back to the 1920s. The collection had been appraised at $45,000, though the sentimental value was priceless to me. I kept the collection in a jewelry box in my closet. I didn't wear most of it regularly. These were special occasion pieces, heirlooms I planned to pass down to my own children someday. I'd take pieces out occasionally to admire them or wear for formal events. My husband Kyle and I had been married for 8 years. I thought we were happy. Then, 6 months ago, I discovered he'd been having an affair for over a year with a woman named Stephanie he'd met through work events. The discovery was typical. Suspicious behavior, found texts on his phone, confronted him, he admitted everything. We separated immediately. I filed for divorce. During the process of dividing our assets, I went to document my jewelry collection for the settlement. Opened my jewelry box and found it was half empty. Pieces were missing. My grandmother's Art Deco diamond bracelet, 3 vintage rings, 2 antique necklaces, a collection of brooches. About 15 pieces total, representing roughly half the collection's value. I asked Kyle where the jewelry was. He was evasive at first, then admitted he'd given some away. I demanded to know who he'd given my inherited jewelry to. He eventually admitted he'd been giving pieces to Stephanie throughout their affair, as birthday gifts, anniversary gifts for their relationship, just because gifts. My grandmother's jewelry, inherited by me, stolen from my jewelry box by my husband, given to his mistress. I was furious. These weren't marital assets. This was my inheritance, my personal property. Kyle had no right to give it away, especially to his affair partner. I contacted Stephanie directly, explained that the jewelry Kyle had given her was actually my inherited property that he'd stolen. Asked her to return all the pieces immediately. She refused. Said Kyle had given them to her as gifts and they were legally hers now. That she had no obligation to return gifts, even if I claimed they were mine originally. I consulted a lawyer. He explained that stolen property doesn't become legitimate just because it's given as a gift. That Kyle didn't have the right to give away my personal property, so the gifts to Stephanie were not valid transfers of ownership. I still owned the jewelry and could sue to recover it. The jewelry was valued at about $22,000 for the pieces Stephanie had, just under the $25,000 small claims court limit in my state. My lawyer advised filing in small claims court rather than superior court to save legal fees. I filed suit against Stephanie for return of stolen property or payment of fair market value. Listed every piece Kyle had given her with descriptions, appraisals, and proof they'd been part of my grandmother's inherited collection. Stephanie was furious about being sued. She hired a lawyer and contested the case. Her argument: Kyle had given her the jewelry as gifts during their relationship. She'd received them in good faith, not knowing they were stolen. She shouldn't be punished for Kyle's actions. My argument: the jewelry was my inherited property. Kyle stole it from me. Stephanie was in possession of stolen goods. Whether she knew they were stolen or not, they weren't legally hers, and she needed to return them. The judge heard both sides. Stephanie's lawyer argued she was a good faith purchaser, even though she'd received the items as gifts, not purchases, and shouldn't lose property she'd received innocently. My lawyer countered that stolen property laws don't protect receivers of stolen goods, even if they claim ignorance. That Stephanie could sue Kyle for fraud or breach of gift promise, but she couldn't keep my property. The key evidence was proving the jewelry had been mine. I provided my grandmother's will, showing the jewelry collection was left to me. Photos of me wearing the pieces before they disappeared. The appraisal documents from my grandmother's estate. Testimony that the pieces had been in my possession until Kyle's affair. Stephanie couldn't prove Kyle had legitimate ownership to give the jewelry away. She just had his word that they were his to give. The judge ruled in my favor, found that the jewelry was my separate property, that Kyle had stolen it, and that Stephanie's possession was not lawful regardless of her claimed ignorance. Ordered Stephanie to return all jewelry pieces within 30 days or pay me $22,000 for their appraised value. Stephanie was devastated by the ruling. She'd become attached to the pieces, especially the rings she'd been wearing regularly. She tried to negotiate. Could she buy some pieces from me at a discount? I refused. This was my grandmother's collection. It wasn't for sale. She returned the jewelry within the 30-day deadline, every piece accounted for. I had my grandmother's jewelry back, but the drama wasn't over. Kyle was furious with me for suing Stephanie, said I'd gone after an innocent party when he was the one who'd given away the jewelry. That Stephanie had received the pieces in good faith and I'd used the legal system to harass her. I pointed out that Stephanie was sleeping with a married man and accepting expensive jewelry from him, not exactly an innocent party. And regardless of her innocence or guilt in the affair, she was in possession of my stolen property. I had every right to recover it. Kyle claimed I should have sued him, not Stephanie. I said I couldn't sue him for the jewelry since we were already in divorce proceedings handling asset division. The jewelry wasn't his to divide. It was my separate property he'd stolen. Suing Stephanie was the direct way to recover my property from whoever had it. Stephanie posted on social media about being sued by a vindictive ex-wife who couldn't accept that her marriage was over, painted herself as a victim of my jealousy and need for revenge. Several of her friends commented supportively, saying I was bitter and taking out my anger at Kyle on her. That suing her for jewelry was petty when I should blame Kyle for giving it away. I didn't respond publicly, but friends who saw the posts told me I should defend myself. I refused. The court had ruled in my favor. I had my jewelry back. Stephanie's social media narrative didn't change the facts. The aftermath has been interesting. Kyle and I are divorced now. The jewelry situation was actually referenced in the final divorce decree, confirmed as my separate property that Kyle had improperly disposed of during the marriage. Kyle has tried to use the lawsuit against Stephanie as evidence that I'm vindictive and litigious in our divorce proceedings. His lawyer argued that my pattern of aggressive legal action showed I was being unreasonable about settlement terms. My lawyer shut that down quickly. Said recovering stolen property through proper legal channels isn't vindictive. It's exactly what the legal system is for. That Kyle calling me litigious for using the courts appropriately was rich coming from someone who'd stolen and given away my inheritance. Stephanie and Kyle's relationship didn't survive the lawsuit. She blamed him for putting her in a position to be sued, for not telling her the jewelry was stolen, for the whole mess. They broke up about 2 months after she returned the jewelry. Kyle blames me for that too. Says my lawsuit destroyed his relationship with Stephanie. I said his year-long affair during our marriage destroyed our relationship, so we're even. My family is completely supportive. My mother was horrified that Kyle had given away my grandmother's jewelry and relieved I got it back. My siblings think I did exactly the right thing taking legal action. Kyle's family is split. His mother thinks I was vindictive going after Stephanie instead of just accepting the jewelry was gone. His sister actually agrees with me, says stolen property should be returned and Stephanie was wrong to keep jewelry she knew came from Kyle's wife. Friends and acquaintances have mixed reactions. Some think I was completely justified. The jewelry was mine, stolen by Kyle, and recovering it through legal means was appropriate. Others think suing the other woman was vindictive, that my real anger was at Kyle, and I took it out on Stephanie through the lawsuit. Am I that for suing my husband's mistress to get my inherited jewelry back? Reddit is somewhat divided, but mostly supportive. Most people say I'm absolutely not TA. The jewelry was my inherited property. Kyle stole it. Stephanie had stolen goods. Suing to recover my property was the appropriate legal action. That Stephanie's involvement in an affair with a married man doesn't make her innocent, and even if she was innocent, stolen property must be returned. A minority says I should have handled it differently. That I could have pressured Kyle to get the jewelry back from Stephanie, or accepted that the jewelry was gone and gotten compensation from Kyle in the divorce settlement, or found some way to resolve it without dragging Stephanie into court. Some suggest I was using the lawsuit as revenge against the other woman, that recovering the jewelry was the stated goal, but humiliating Stephanie was the real motivation. Here's my perspective. My grandmother left me jewelry worth $45,000 with enormous sentimental value. Kyle stole half of it and gave it to his mistress over the course of their year-long affair. When I found out, I asked Stephanie to return my property. She refused. Suing her was the appropriate legal remedy. The court agreed. The jewelry was mine, her possession was unlawful, and she had to return it. Was there satisfaction in recovering my property from the woman who'd been sleeping with my husband? Of course. But the primary motivation was getting my grandmother's jewelry back. These were irreplaceable pieces with family history. I couldn't just let them go. Stephanie chose to keep property she knew came from her married lover's wife. She had to know those pieces belonged to someone, and that accepting them was ethically questionable. When confronted with proof they were stolen inheritance, she still refused to return them. I used the legal system exactly as it's designed, to recover stolen property from whoever possesses it. That Stephanie was the other woman in my husband's affair is almost incidental to the property law question. Kyle wants to frame it as me being vindictive towards Stephanie, but the lawsuit was about property recovery, not revenge. If Kyle had given my jewelry to his sister or his mother, I'd have sued them too. Stephanie happened to be his mistress, but that's not why I sued her. I sued her because she had my property and wouldn't return it. The fact that she was the affair partner just made the situation more emotionally charged. But legally, it was straightforward. Stolen property must be returned to the rightful owner, regardless of who currently possesses it. I got my grandmother's jewelry back. That was the goal. That Stephanie was humiliated by the lawsuit and her relationship with Kyle ended afterward are just consequences of her choices. To have an affair with a married man and to keep jewelry she knew came from his wife. Some people think that's vindictive. I think that's accountability. Kyle stole my inheritance and gave it to his mistress. I got it back through the legal system. Stephanie couldn't keep stolen property just because it was given as a gift. The jewelry is now safely stored in a bank safety deposit box where no one can steal it again. My grandmother's collection is intact, and I have legal documentation confirming it's my separate property should I ever need to prove it again. Was the lawsuit revenge? Partially. Was it justified? Completely. Kyle and Stephanie can complain about me being litigious all they want. I have my grandmother's jewelry back, and that's what matters. My boyfriend proposed with a ring meant for his ex. I said yes, then exposed him at the party. I'm 26F, and I just ruined my own engagement party after discovering my boyfriend proposed with a ring he'd originally bought for his ex-girlfriend. Found the receipt dated 6 months before we even met, along with texts to his ex trying to win her back. She'd rejected him, so he recycled the ring and the proposal speech for me. Instead of confronting him privately, I accepted the proposal, let him plan an engagement party, then played a video during the party showing the original receipt, his texts to his ex, and proof I was his second choice. Now he claims I humiliated him publicly when I could have just said no to the proposal. Am I the tough for exposing that I received a recycled engagement ring at our engagement party? My boyfriend Derek and I had been dating for 10 months. Things moved quickly. We talked about marriage early on, seemed aligned on life goals, felt like we'd found each other at the right time. Last month, Derek proposed. Took me to a beautiful restaurant, got down on one knee, gave a heartfelt speech about knowing I was the one from the moment we met. The ring was gorgeous, vintage setting, perfect diamond, exactly my style. I said yes. We celebrated, told our families, started planning. Derek's family offered to host an engagement party at their house in 2 weeks. We sent invitations, made arrangements, everything was moving forward. A week after the proposal, I was at Derek's apartment while he was at work, looking for a folder he'd asked me to find when his laptop battery died. I opened his desk drawer to find a charger and saw a folder labeled Important Documents. Inside was a receipt from a jewelry store for an engagement ring, dated 18 months ago, 8 months before Derek and I even met. The receipt described the exact ring on my finger, down to the specific details of the vintage setting and diamond specifications. My hands were shaking. Derek had bought this ring 18 months ago, but we'd only been together 10 months. He'd bought it for someone else. I looked through more papers in the folder, found printed emails between Derek and his ex-girlfriend Amanda. The emails were from 16 to 18 months ago. Derek had been planning to propose to Amanda, bought the ring, planned the proposal. But Amanda had broken up with him before he could propose. The emails showed Derek begging her to reconsider, saying he'd bought a ring, that he wanted to marry her. Amanda responding that she didn't see a future together and had met someone else. Derek had been devastated, kept trying to win Amanda back for months, finally accepted it was over about a year ago, 2 months before he met me. Then he'd met me, started dating me, and when he decided to propose 10 months later, he'd used the ring he'd bought for Amanda. I'd been proposed to with a recycled ring meant for his ex-girlfriend. I felt sick. The beautiful proposal, the perfect ring, the speech about knowing I was the one. All of it was potentially recycled from what he'd planned for Amanda. I could have confronted Derek immediately, but something made me want to know more. I needed to see if the proposal speech had been recycled too. I didn't confront Derek. Instead, I did research. I checked his old social media posts, looked for any digital trace of his planned proposal to Amanda. Found a draft post from 18 months ago that Derek had never published. It was clearly meant to announce his engagement to Amanda. She said yes. From the moment I met her, I knew she was the one. Can't wait to spend forever with the woman who makes every day better. The same phrases he'd used in his proposal to me. From the moment I met you, and the woman who makes every day better had been in his speech. He'd recycled not just the ring, but the words. I'd received Amanda's proposal. The ring, the speech, probably even the restaurant choice. All of it had been meant for her. Derek had just found a new recipient when Amanda rejected him. I was furious and heartbroken. But I also wanted Derek to face public consequences for his deception. He'd proposed to me with someone else's ring, while making me believe it was all specially planned for me. The engagement party was in a week. Perfect timing. I contacted Amanda through social media, explained who I was, Derek's current fiancée, and asked if she'd be willing to talk. She agreed to meet for coffee. Amanda was sympathetic when I told her my discovery. She confirmed Derek had planned to propose 18 months ago, that she'd broken up with him before he could, that he'd been devastated. She showed me text messages from that time where Derek had mentioned buying a ring. I asked Amanda if Derek had ever told her about his proposal plans, the speech he'd planned, the restaurant. She pulled up an old email Derek had sent her early in their relationship, a future plans list that included proposing at a specific Italian restaurant, the same one he'd taken me to, and a draft of the speech emphasizing, "From the moment I met you." Everything had been planned for Amanda. Derek had just reused it all for me. Amanda was horrified on my behalf. She offered to help if I needed anything. I asked if she'd be willing to send me screenshots of the evidence she had, the texts about the ring, the email with the proposal plans. She agreed. I spent the next week preparing. Compiled the jewelry receipt showing the ring was purchased before Derek and I met. Screenshots of Derek's texts to Amanda about buying a ring. The draft social media post. Amanda's evidence showing the proposal plans were originally for her. A timeline showing Derek had simply recycled everything when I came along. The engagement party arrived. Derek's parents' house was decorated beautifully. About 60 guests, our families, friends, co-workers, everyone celebrating our engagement and future together. Derek gave a toast thanking everyone for coming, talking about how excited he was to marry me, how he'd known I was special from the beginning. Then I asked if I could share something. Derek looked pleased, probably thought I was going to give an emotional speech about loving him. Instead, I pulled out my laptop and connected it to the TV they'd set up for photo slideshows. Before we celebrate, I want to share the story of Derek's proposal, the real story. I played a presentation. First slide, the jewelry store receipt dated 18 months ago. Derek bought my engagement ring before we even met. Second slide, screenshots of Derek's texts to Amanda about buying a ring and planning a proposal. He bought it for his ex-girlfriend Amanda. Third slide, the draft social media post with the same phrases Derek had used in his proposal to me. He recycled not just the ring, but the proposal speech too. Fourth slide, a timeline showing when Derek bought the ring, when Amanda broke up with him, when Derek met me, and when he proposed with Amanda's ring. I got a hand-me-down proposal from the woman who rejected him. The room was completely silent. Derek was white-faced, stammering. His mother looked horrified. My parents looked shocked and then angry. Derek started saying, "Let me explain. This isn't what it looks like." I said calmly, "It's exactly what it looks like. You bought a ring for Amanda. She rejected you. 2 months later, you met me. 10 months after that, you proposed using Amanda's ring and Amanda's proposal speech. I was your backup plan." Derek tried to defend himself. Said yes, he'd bought the ring for Amanda originally, but when that relationship ended, he didn't want to waste the ring. That by the time he met me, he'd moved on from Amanda, and the ring became about us, not her. I asked, "Did you tell me the ring was bought for someone else? Did you tell me the proposal speech was recycled? Did you give me any choice about whether I wanted to be proposed to with your ex's ring?" He hadn't. He'd let me believe everything was specially planned for me. I pulled the ring off my finger and set it on the table. I can't marry someone who proposed with a recycled ring and recycled words without telling me. Amanda was your first choice. I deserve to be someone's first choice, not their consolation prize. I walked out of the engagement party I'd just ruined. Left Derek standing there with his ex's ring and 60 guests who now knew he'd proposed to me with plans originally meant for another woman. The fallout has been intense. Derek has been calling and texting non-stop. His main argument, yes, the ring was originally bought for Amanda, but that doesn't mean his feelings for me aren't real. That I've humiliated him publicly over something that doesn't matter. A ring is just an object. The important thing is he loves me. But to me, it matters. He let me believe the proposal was uniquely ours when it was actually recycled from his previous relationship. He could have told me about the ring's history and let me decide if I was okay with it. Instead, he hid it and let me discover it accidentally. Derek's family is split. His mother thinks I overreacted, says many people reuse rings or proposals ideas, that it doesn't diminish the feelings. His sister agrees with me, says Derek should have been honest about the ring's origin and let me make an informed choice. My family is supportive. They're angry Derek deceived me and glad I found out before actually marrying him. Friends are divided. Some think I handled it perfectly, exposed Derek's deception publicly after he'd made the engagement public, giving him consequences proportionate to his lies. Others think I should have just said no to the proposal or confronted him privately rather than ruining the engagement party. Amanda reached out after hearing about the party, mutual friends told her. She said she was sorry I'd been put in that position and glad I'd found out before the wedding. She also confirmed that Derek had been intense about trying to win her back even after their breakup, which makes me wonder if he ever fully moved on before meeting me. Am I the for exposing at our engagement party that I'd received a recycled proposal? Reddit is somewhat divided but mostly supportive. Many say I'm completely justified. Derek proposed with a ring bought for his ex, recycled his proposal speech, and never disclosed any of it. That's deceptive and shows I was a backup plan. Exposing it at the engagement party, which he'd pushed for, was appropriate public consequences for public deception. Others say I went too far. That discovering the ring's history and ending the relationship was appropriate, but creating a presentation and ruining the party was vindictive. That I could have just said no to the proposal initially, or ended things privately after discovering the truth. Some point out that I didn't know about the ring until after I'd said yes. That I couldn't have refused the proposal based on information I didn't have. That once I discovered the deception, using the engagement party to expose it was justified since Derek had already made our engagement public. Others argue that ending the relationship was enough, that the public exposure was unnecessary cruelty. Here's my perspective. Derek bought an engagement ring for his ex-girlfriend. When she rejected him, he kept the ring and eventually used it to propose to me, without ever mentioning its history. He recycled not just the ring, but the proposal speech, the restaurant, the entire romantic gesture. When I discovered this, I could have confronted him privately, but he'd already made the engagement public. We'd announced it to families and friends. He'd planned a party to celebrate. I decided if Derek wanted to publicly celebrate an engagement based on a lie, I'd publicly expose the lie at that celebration. Was it vindictive? Yes. Was it humiliating? Absolutely. But Derek humiliated me by proposing with another woman's ring without disclosure. He let me believe I was special when I was actually his second choice. Derek claims the ring's history doesn't matter, that his feelings for me are real regardless of when he bought it. But the deception matters. If the ring's history was truly unimportant, he could have told me about it and let me decide if I was comfortable with it. Instead, he hid it, let me discover it accidentally, and when caught, claimed it was no big deal. I ended the engagement and exposed his deception publicly. Derek lost his fiancée and his reputation in one evening. Some say that's too harsh. I say it's proportionate to proposing with a recycled ring while pretending everything was planned uniquely for me. Derek can buy a new ring for his next girlfriend. Hopefully, he'll be honest about its history this time. I'm 26, single, and no longer wearing an engagement ring that was meant for someone else. That's worth the drama of ruining my own engagement party. I found out my wife's book club was actually an affair, so I joined her next meeting. I'm 37 million, and I just discovered my wife's weekly book club for the past 2 years has been a cover for meeting her affair partner. She'd leave every Thursday evening for what she called book club with the girls. But I learned from a friend that there's no book club, just her and a guy named Eric at his condo. Instead of confronting her at home, I showed up at Eric's place during their next book club meeting with a photographer I'd hired to document the affair. Got clear photos of them together, her car in his driveway, everything. Then I filed for divorce using the photos as evidence. Now she's furious that I ambushed her instead of talking to her first, and her family says I violated her privacy by following her. Am I the for catching my wife in the act instead of believing her lies? My wife Caroline and I have been married for 11 years. We have 2 kids, ages 8 and 6. I thought we had a solid marriage, both working professionals, nice suburban house, family vacations, the whole package. 2 years ago, Caroline announced she was joining a book club. Some women from the gym had started a weekly Thursday evening group. She was excited about it, said it would be nice to have regular social time with friends. I encouraged her, thought it was healthy for her to have activities outside our family. Every Thursday evening, she'd leave around 6:30 p.m. and come home around 10 p.m. She'd tell me about the books they were reading, literary fiction, mysteries, memoirs. Sometimes she'd show me the book and we'd discuss it. I had no reason to doubt her. This went on for 2 years. 104 Thursday evenings where Caroline went to book club. I stayed home with the kids, put them to bed, and waited for her to come home. She'd come back relaxed, sometimes a bit tipsy, saying the book club ladies liked their wine. 3 weeks ago, I ran into a woman named Jennifer at a coffee shop. She looked familiar. I realized she went to the same gym as Caroline. I mentioned that Caroline enjoyed her book club with the gym women, asked if Jennifer was part of it. Jennifer looked confused, said there was no book club that she knew of, that a few women from the gym got together for yoga sometimes, but no regular Thursday night book club. She'd never heard of one. I felt my stomach drop. I asked if she was sure. She said she'd been going to that gym for 4 years and knew most of the regular women. There was definitely no Thursday evening book club. I thanked her and left, my mind racing. If Caroline wasn't going to book club, where was she going every Thursday for 2 years? I could have confronted her immediately, asked her to explain. But something told me she'd lie, deny, or come up with another story. If she'd been lying for 2 years, one more confrontation wouldn't suddenly make her honest. I hired a private investigator, asked him to follow Caroline on Thursday evening and document where she went. The report came back within a week. Caroline drove to a condo complex 15 minutes from our house, went to Unit 312, stayed for 3.5 hours. The PI took photos of her entering, photos of her car in the parking spot, photos of her leaving. He also identified the resident of Unit 312, Eric Matthews, 34, works in sales, divorced. I looked Eric up on social media. Handsome guy, workout photos, travel pictures. Caroline had liked dozens of his posts going back 2 years. They'd been Facebook friends since exactly when her book club started. The PI provided more details. He'd followed her for 3 consecutive Thursdays. Same pattern every time. Arrive at Eric's condo around 6:45 p.m., leave around 10:15 p.m. She'd park in a guest spot with a clear view of his building entrance. I had evidence of an affair, but no photos of them together. I could confront Caroline with the address and the pattern, but I wanted undeniable proof, something she couldn't explain away as just a friend or innocent. I made a plan. The next Thursday, I told Caroline I needed to work late and wouldn't be home until 11 p.m. Asked if she could skip book club to stay with the kids. She said her mom could watch them, that book club was important to her and she didn't want to miss it. She was choosing her affair over staying home with our children when I'd ask for help. That solidified my decision. I arranged for my mom to watch the kids instead, told Caroline to enjoy book club, hired a photographer, someone professional who could take clear photos in low light. Gave him Eric's address and Caroline's car description. Thursday evening arrived. Caroline left for book club at 6:30 p.m. I left 15 minutes later with the photographer. We parked down the street from Eric's condo with a clear view of his entrance. Caroline's car was already in the parking lot. We waited. At 7:15 p.m., Eric's door opened and Caroline emerged with him. They were laughing, his arm around her waist. They kissed on his doorstep, not a friendly peck, a full romantic kiss. Then she went back inside. The photographer got everything. Clear photos of them together, intimate body language, the kiss. Timestamps showing she'd been there over 30 minutes already. At 9:30 p.m., I made my move. Walked up to Eric's door and knocked. The photographer positioned himself to capture whatever happened next. Eric opened the door, looked confused to see a stranger. I said calmly, "Hi, I'm Caroline's husband. I'm here to pick her up from book club." His face went white. Caroline appeared behind him, looked like she'd seen a ghost. She was wearing different clothes than she'd left home in. A dress I'd never seen, heels instead of the flats she'd worn out the door. I said, "Caroline, book club's over. Time to come home." The photographer was capturing everything. Caroline in her affair clothes, Eric's shocked face, the intimate condo setting behind them. Caroline started stammering, trying to explain. I held up my hand. "Don't. Just get your things. We'll talk at home." She grabbed her bag, visibly shaking, brushed past me without making eye contact. I turned to Eric and said, "You should know she's married with 2 kids, in case that wasn't clear during your 2-year affair." Eric started to respond, but I walked away. The photographer had gotten everything we needed. The drive home was silent. Caroline tried twice to start explaining. I said, "Not now. Not in the car." At home, after my mom left with the kids, I'd arranged for them to sleep at her house, I sat Caroline down, showed her the PI reports from previous weeks, the photos from tonight, the documentation of 104 Thursday evenings at Eric's condo. She broke down crying, admitted everything. The affair had started 2 years ago. They'd met at a coffee shop, started talking, exchanged numbers. It began as friendship, escalated to an affair. She'd invented book club as a cover. Every Thursday for 2 years, she'd been with Eric instead of with friends. I asked if she loved him. She said she didn't know, said it was complicated, that Eric made her feel young and excited, but she loved our family. I asked if she'd been planning to leave me for him. She said no, that she wanted both, the stability of our marriage and the excitement of the affair. I handed her divorce papers I'd had prepared. She was shocked, thought we'd go to counseling, work through it. I said, "You don't work through 2 years of systematic lying." She'd made 104 conscious decisions to cheat. This wasn't a mistake or a moment of weakness. This was a double life. Caroline's reaction has gone from remorseful to angry. Initially, she begged for forgiveness, said she'd end things with Eric immediately, that she'd do anything to save our marriage. When I refused, she became defensive. Now she's telling people I ambushed her by showing up at Eric's place with a photographer, that I violated her privacy and dignity, that I was spying on her instead of communicating my concerns, that the photos were a humiliation tactic rather than evidence gathering. Her mother called me furious, said I'd set up Caroline to be photographed at her lowest moment instead of talking to her like an adult. I asked what I should have talked about, the 2-year affair I wasn't supposed to know about because she'd been lying every Thursday. Her father has been more understanding. He called to apologize for his daughter's behavior, said what she did was inexcusable, and he supports whatever decision I make. That I have every right to use the evidence in divorce proceedings. The divorce is proceeding. My lawyer is using all the documented evidence, the PI reports, the photographs, the proof of systematic affair over 2 years. In our state, adultery affects custody and asset division. Caroline's lawyer is trying to argue that my surveillance of her was invasive and the photos shouldn't be admissible. My lawyer shut that down quickly. I had reasonable suspicion of infidelity and gathering evidence is legal. The photos are clear proof of adultery. Our kids know mom and dad are separating, but not why. Caroline wants to tell them it's mutual, that we grew apart. I refuse to lie to protect her. We agreed on a generic explanation for now, that sometimes marriages don't work out, with plans to be more honest as they get older. Eric has apparently broken up with Caroline. Once he realized she was married with kids and I was pursuing divorce, he wanted nothing to do with the situation. She'd told him we were separated, and I knew about him. He was shocked to learn the truth. So, Caroline lost both her husband and her affair partner within a week of being caught. Friends and family are divided on how I handled it. Some say showing up at Eric's place was justified. I needed proof, and catching them together provided undeniable evidence. Others say I was vindictive, that photographing the confrontation was unnecessarily humiliating. But without those photos, what did I have? A PI report showing her car at a condo. Caroline could have claimed she was visiting a friend, doing a favor, a million innocent explanations. The photos show her kissing Eric, dressed up for a romantic evening, clearly there for an affair, not a book club. Caroline keeps saying I never gave her a chance to explain. But explain what? She'd lied 104 times over 2 years. What explanation exists for that? She made 104 choices to drive to Eric's place, to lie to me, to lie to our kids about where she was going. I gave her 2 years of chances. Every Thursday when she came home, she could have confessed. Instead, she'd kiss me hello and tell me about the book she'd discussed that evening. My children ask why mom seems sad and why we're not living together anymore. I tell them that sometimes adults make mistakes and families change. Someday they'll be old enough to know the full truth, that their mother had a 2-year affair while pretending to be at book club. Caroline wants primary custody. I'm fighting for 50-50. My lawyer says the affair evidence strengthens my custody case. She prioritized her affair over parenting, consistently chose to be with Eric rather than home with her children on her one regularly scheduled evening out. The settlement negotiations are ongoing. Caroline wants to keep the house. I want it sold and proceeds split. She wants significant alimony. I'm offering minimal support given her affair. We're at an impasse on almost everything. Amytha for how I discovered and documented the affair? Reddit seems divided. Some say I did exactly right, gathered evidence, caught her in the act, documented everything for divorce court. That Caroline had been lying for 2 years and deserved to be confronted with undeniable proof. Others say showing up at Eric's place with a photographer was vindictive, that I could have confronted her privately, that photographing the moment was cruel, that I was more focused on revenge than resolution. But I wasn't seeking revenge. I was seeking truth and evidence. Caroline had been lying so successfully for 2 years that I knew she'd lie again if given the chance. I needed proof she couldn't deny. I got it. Now she's facing divorce, custody negotiations, and the reality that her book club lie has been exposed to everyone we know. She destroyed our marriage over 104 Thursday evenings with Eric. I documented that destruction before filing for divorce. Some people think that makes me vindictive. I think it makes me someone who refused to be lied to anymore. The Thursday book club is over. So is our marriage. And Caroline can't lie her way out of either one. I found my girlfriend's affair through our shared Netflix account. Exposed her with viewing history. I'm 29 minimal, and I just ended my 3-year relationship by confronting my girlfriend with evidence from our Netflix viewing history. We shared an account, and I noticed she'd been watching romantic movies and shows at odd hours, 2 to 3 a.m. on weeknights when she claimed to be sleeping alone. Checked the viewing location data and discovered she was watching from someone else's house. Cross-referenced the address with her study group friend Jake. Found out she'd been having an affair for months, watching movies with him after sex while I thought she was home asleep. Instead of confronting her privately, I created a presentation of her Netflix history with locations and timestamps and sent it to her entire friend group who'd been covering for her. Now she's furious I violated her privacy and turned her friends against her, instead of just breaking up quietly. A method for using streaming data to expose her affair? My girlfriend Emma and I had been together for 3 years, living together for 1. We shared everything: Netflix account, Spotify, even our food delivery apps. It was convenient and felt like a normal part of being in a serious relationship. Emma was in grad school, so she had irregular hours. Often she'd stay up late studying or working on projects. I'd go to bed around 11 p.m. for work the next morning, and she'd stay up until 2 or 3 a.m. supposedly working. I trusted her completely, never questioned it. She was dedicated to her studies, and grad school is demanding. I'd wake up in the morning and she'd be asleep next to me, having come to bed at some point during the night. About 2 months ago, I was browsing our Netflix account and noticed something odd. The viewing history showed Emma had watched 3 romantic movies between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. on a Tuesday night. That was the night she'd supposedly been at the library studying for exams. I thought maybe she'd taken a study break and watched movies on her laptop at the library. Odd, but grad students handle stress differently. But then, it kept happening. Multiple nights per week, romantic movies and TV shows watched between midnight and 3 a.m., always on weeknights when Emma said she was either studying at the library or working on her laptop in our home office. I started paying closer attention. One Thursday night, Emma said she was going to the library to work on a group project and would be home late. I said okay, went to bed at 11 p.m. The next morning I checked Netflix. Emma's profile showed she'd watched 2 episodes of a romantic series between 1 a.m. and 2:30 a.m. Thursday night. If she was at the library working on a group project, when did she have time to watch TV? And why romantic shows at 1 a.m.? I did some research and discovered Netflix stores location data for where content is streamed. Logged into the account settings and checked viewing activity with locations. The late-night movies Emma was watching weren't being streamed from our apartment or the university library. They were being streamed from an address across town, a residential address I didn't recognize. I felt my stomach drop. Emma was watching Netflix from someone else's house in the middle of the night, multiple times per week, while telling me she was studying. I looked up the address on Google Maps, checked social media for any connection to Emma's friends, cross-referenced with people she'd mentioned. The address belonged to Jake Richardson, someone Emma had mentioned as being in her study group. She'd told me about working on projects with Jake, meeting up with study group members at various people's houses. But watching romantic movies at 1 a.m. wasn't studying. It was something else. I needed more evidence before confronting Emma. Over the next 2 weeks, I documented everything. Every time Emma said she was studying late or meeting with her study group, I'd check Netflix the next morning. The pattern was clear. Nights Emma claimed to be at the library or working late, she was actually at Jake's apartment, watching romantic content between midnight and 3 a.m. Not just occasionally, 3 to 4 times per week. I also noticed patterns in what she was watching. Romantic comedies, steamy dramas, shows about affairs and forbidden relationships. The content choices seemed deliberately romantic, like programming for date nights. I cross-referenced Emma's location sharing on her phone. We'd shared locations for safety. On nights she said she was at the library, her location showed Jake's neighborhood. She'd been lying about her whereabouts consistently for months. One night, Emma said she had a late study session and wouldn't be home until 2 a.m. I waited until she left at 9 p.m., then drove to Jake's apartment. Emma's car was parked outside. I sat in my car watching. At 11 p.m., the lights in Jake's apartment were still on. At midnight, they dimmed. At 1 a.m., I checked Netflix. Sure enough, Emma had just started watching a romantic movie from Jake's address. I drove home, my mind racing. Emma was having an affair with Jake. She'd been lying about study sessions, going to his apartment, and then watching romantic movies with him late into the night. The Netflix viewing history had documented months of her affair. I could confront her immediately. But something made me want to expose not just the affair, but the elaborate lies Emma had built. And I wanted her friends who'd been covering for her study group alibis to know the truth. I spent the next day creating a presentation. Screenshots of Netflix viewing history showing romantic movies watched from Jake's address at 1:03 a.m. Emma's location data showing her at Jake's apartment during times she claimed to be at the library. A timeline of her lies matched against streaming data. The presentation was titled, "What Emma Was Really Studying: A Netflix Data Analysis." I included specific examples. November 14th. Emma said she was at the library studying for midterms. Netflix shows she watched The Notebook from Jake's apartment at 1:47 a.m. November 21. Emma said she had a late study group session. Netflix shows she watched Bridgerton episodes from Jake's apartment starting at midnight. Dozens of examples. Months of documented lies, all captured through our shared Netflix account. I sent the presentation to Emma's close friend group, the 5 women she was closest to, who'd all heard about her study sessions and demanding grad school schedule. Sent it with a message. This is what Emma was actually doing during all those late-night study sessions. Thought you should know before she asks you to cover for her again. Then I sent it to Emma with a message. I know about Jake. I know you've been lying for months. Your Netflix viewing history documented everything. We're done. Move out this week. Emma called me immediately, hysterical, demanded to know what I'd sent to her friends. I told her to check the presentation. Her affair was fully documented through streaming data she generated while watching romantic content with Jake. She tried to deny it at first, claimed the viewing history was wrong, that Netflix must have glitched. I said Netflix doesn't glitch location data for months consistently, that I'd also confirmed with location sharing and by physically seeing her car at Jake's apartment. She broke down, admitted the affair, said it had started innocently as actual study sessions, then developed into something more, that she hadn't meant to hurt me, that she'd been confused about her feelings. Then she became angry. Said I'd violated her privacy by checking Netflix viewing data, that I'd humiliated her by sending evidence of the affair to her friends, that I should have confronted her privately instead of involving other people. Emma's friend group responded exactly as I'd expected. They were horrified, not just by the affair, but by the elaborate lies. Emma had been using study group as cover for months, and several of them had unknowingly provided alibis when I'd asked about her whereabouts. One friend, Maria, was particularly angry. She texted me, "Emma told me she was with me studying last Tuesday. I even backed her up when you asked about it later. I had no idea I was covering for her cheating. I'm so sorry." Emma's friends felt used. They'd been unwitting accomplices in her affair, providing cover stories they thought were legitimate. The Netflix data showing exactly when and where Emma had been lying made them realize how elaborately they'd been manipulated. Several of Emma's friends cut her off completely, said they couldn't trust someone who'd used them as alibis for an affair. Emma was devastated. She'd lost not just our relationship, but her primary friend group. Jake, the affair partner, apparently tried to continue the relationship with Emma. But without the secrecy and late-night meetups, their affair lost its appeal. They broke up within a month of Emma moving out. Emma has been posting on social media about privacy violations and revenge through technology. She's framed the situation as me being a controlling partner who monitored her streaming habits and weaponized data against her. Some people who don't know the full story have supported her narrative. Comments about how tracking someone's Netflix is creepy and invasive, that I violated her privacy by checking viewing history and locations. But people who saw the presentation know the truth. I wasn't tracking Emma's streaming. I was using our shared account and noticed suspicious patterns. Checking viewing history on an account I pay for and share isn't a privacy violation. Emma claims sending evidence to her friends was vindictive, that the affair was between us, and I had no right to involve her social circle. But her friends had been unknowingly providing her with alibis. They deserved to know they'd been used as cover for her lies. They weren't just uninvolved third parties. They were part of her deception network, even if unwittingly. AITA for using Netflix viewing history to expose my girlfriend's affair. Reddit is mostly on my side, but with some dissent. Most people say I'm completely justified. Emma conducted a months-long affair, lied consistently, and used shared streaming accounts to document her activities. Checking viewing history on an account I paid for isn't a privacy violation. Sending evidence to friends who'd been providing her alibis was appropriate. They deserved to know they'd been used. A minority says I went too far sending the presentation to her friends. That discovering the affair and breaking up was appropriate, but involving her friend group was vindictive. That I should have confronted Emma privately and let her manage her own friendships. Some point out that Emma had no reasonable expectation of privacy on a shared Netflix account. That streaming history, especially with location data, is accessible to anyone with account access. That if she didn't want her activities tracked, she shouldn't have used shared accounts for her affair. Others argue that intent matters. That even if I had legal access to the data, using it to expose her to friends was vindictive rather than just ending the relationship. Here's my perspective. Emma had a months-long affair with Jake, lied to me consistently about study sessions and late-night library trips, and used our shared Netflix account to watch romantic content with him after sex. I discovered the affair through viewing history I had every right to access on an account I paid for. I documented the lies using data Emma herself generated. Her friends had been unknowingly covering for her. They'd provided alibis, thinking they were supporting her through demanding grad school, not realizing they were facilitating an affair. They deserved to know the truth. Was sending them the presentation vindictive? Partially. But it was also informative. They needed to know they'd been manipulated into providing cover for Emma's affair. Emma wants to claim privacy violations and revenge through technology. But she used technology, location sharing, streaming services, to facilitate and document her own affair. I just used that same technology to expose her lies. The Netflix viewing history didn't lie. Emma watched romantic movies at Jake's apartment at 2 a.m. multiple times per week while telling me she was studying. That's not a privacy violation to discover. That's the natural consequence of using shared accounts for an affair. Emma lost her relationship and her friend group because of her own choices. She chose to cheat, chose to lie, chose to use her friends as unwitting accomplices, and chose to use our shared Netflix account to document every session with Jake. I just made sure everyone knew what the viewing history revealed. Some people think that's vindictive. I think that's transparency. Emma cheated and lied for months. Her Netflix viewing history proved it. Her friends deserved to know they'd been used. The affair is over. Emma's moved out. Her friends know the truth, and I canceled our shared Netflix account. She can get her own account now and watch romantic movies with whoever she wants. Just not while lying to me about studying. I caught my fiancé's affair through our shared fitness tracker, exposed him at the gym. I'm 27 million F, and I just ended my engagement in the most public way possible after discovering my fiancé's affair through his fitness tracker data. We'd synced our fitness apps to motivate each other, but I noticed his heart rate spiking every Tuesday and Thursday at 7 p.m. for extended periods. times he claimed he was doing solo cardio at the gym. Turned out those heart rate spikes were from having sex with his personal trainer in the gym's private training rooms. Instead of confronting him privately, I printed out screenshots of his heart rate data with timestamps and posted them all over the gym, with a note explaining what the cardio sessions actually were. Now he's banned from the gym, his trainer was fired, and he claims I humiliated him publicly when I could have handled it privately. Am I the Jeff for exposing his affair at the place where it happened? My fiancé Derek and I had been together for 4 years, engaged for 6 months. We were both into fitness and had recently started training for a marathon together. We used the same gym, had synced our fitness tracking apps to keep each other accountable, and generally made health and fitness a shared part of our relationship. The fitness tracker data was something we'd check regularly, comparing steps, workout intensity, calories burned. It was motivational and fun, a way to stay connected even when we weren't working out together. About 2 months ago, I noticed something odd in Derek's data. Every Tuesday and Thursday evening around 7 p.m., his heart rate would spike dramatically. Sustained elevated heart rate for 30 to 45 minutes, then drop back to normal. The pattern was consistent across weeks. I asked him about it casually. Your Tuesday and Thursday workouts look intense. What are you doing that gets your heart rate that high? He said he'd been doing high-intensity interval training on those evenings. Sprints, burpees, that kind of thing. Said his new training plan was really pushing him. It made sense. HIIT workouts definitely spike heart rate. I didn't think much of it. But then I noticed the pattern continued on weeks when Derek said he'd skipped the gym or done light workouts. He'd tell me he'd just done some stretching or a short weights session, but the fitness tracker showed those same Tuesday and Thursday heart rate spikes. I started paying closer attention. The spikes always happened at exactly 7 p.m. They lasted 30 to 45 minutes. They occurred even on days when Derek came home in regular clothes, not workout clothes, claiming he hadn't gone to the gym. Something wasn't adding up. I looked at the heart rate patterns more carefully. They didn't look like HIIT workouts. Those have dramatic ups and downs as you sprint and recover. These looked like sustained, elevated heart rate, like cardio, or like sex. I felt sick. I compared the patterns to data from when Derek and I had sex. The heart rate pattern was identical. I checked the location data from his phone. We'd shared locations for safety during long runs. On those Tuesday and Thursday evenings, he was at the gym. So he was at the gym. His heart rate was spiking in a pattern identical to sex, but he wasn't actually working out. I needed proof. The following Tuesday, I told Derek I had to work late. He said he'd hit the gym for his usual evening workout. I watched his fitness tracker data from my phone. Right at 7 p.m., his heart rate started climbing. I left work and drove to the gym. Arrived at 7:20 p.m. Looked for Derek in the main workout areas, cardio machines, weight room, group fitness studios. He wasn't there. The gym had private training rooms in the back for personal training sessions. The rooms had frosted glass doors and "Session in Progress" signs when occupied. One of the rooms had its sign up. I walked past slowly and could hear voices inside. Derek's voice and a woman's voice, then sounds that definitely weren't exercise-related. I stood outside the door debating what to do. Confronting them during the act felt too dramatic, but I also didn't want to leave without proof. I took out my phone and recorded video of the door with the voices audible, time-stamped at 7:23 p.m. Then, I checked Derek's fitness tracker on my app. Heart rate at 142 BPM, elevated for 23 minutes so far. I left the gym without confronting Derek. Drove home, my hands shaking the entire way. When Derek got home at 9 p.m., I asked how his workout was. He said it was great, really pushed himself, feeling good about his training. All lies. I'd heard him having sex in the private training room. His fitness tracker had documented it. Over the next week, I gathered more evidence. checked the gym's online schedule. The private training room Derek was using was booked under Personal Training, Amanda Carter, every Tuesday and Thursday at 7 p.m. I looked up Amanda Carter. She was a personal trainer at our gym. Young, fit, exactly what you'd expect. Her Instagram showed her with various clients. No photos with Derek, though. They'd been careful about that. But the fitness tracker didn't lie. Every Tuesday and Thursday for the past 2 months, Derek had been having sex with his personal trainer while claiming to be doing HIIT workouts. I could have confronted Derek privately, broken off the engagement quietly. But something in me wanted everyone to know what he'd done, especially the gym where he'd been using their facilities to conduct an affair. I created a poster. At the top, want to know what real heart rate data looks like during an affair? Below that, I'd printed screenshots of Derek's fitness tracker data from multiple Tuesday and Thursday evenings. The heart rate graphs clearly showing sustained elevation from 7 to 7:45 p.m. Underneath each graph, this is Derek Morrison's heart rate during his HIIT workouts on Tuesday and Thursday evenings in Private Training Room 3 with his trainer, Amanda Carter. Except they weren't workouts. Check the pattern. It's identical to sex, not exercise. At the bottom, Derek is engaged to be married. Amanda is a personal trainer violating professional ethics. This is what a fair heart rate data looks like. The gym's private rooms aren't that private when fitness trackers document everything. I made 20 copies of this poster. Went to the gym early Saturday morning before Derek's usual workout time. Posted them everywhere. On the bulletin boards, in the locker rooms, by the water fountains, near the training room where they'd been meeting. Then I sat in my car in the parking lot and waited. The first person to notice was a gym employee who ripped down the poster near the front desk and went to get the manager. But people had already seen them. Heard people talking, pointing, checking the training rooms. Derek showed up at his usual time, 8 a.m. Walked into chaos. People staring at him, whispering. Someone called out, "How's your HIIT training going, Derek?" Derek saw one of the remaining posters. His face went white. He ripped it down, looked around frantically, saw me sitting in my car, started walking toward me. I rolled down the window. He demanded to know what I'd done. I said calmly, "I exposed your affair using the same fitness tracker data you thought was just tracking your workouts. Everyone at the gym now knows what you and Amanda were doing in those private rooms." Derek was furious, said I'd humiliated him, that this was private between us, that I'd destroyed his reputation at the gym over a mistake. I said using our gym's training room to have sex with your personal trainer for 2 months isn't a mistake. It's systematic cheating. And sharing fitness tracker data means you documented every session. The gym manager came out and asked us both to leave. Said they were dealing with a serious situation involving employee misconduct and client violations. The fallout was immediate and severe. Amanda Carter was fired that day for sexual misconduct with a client. The gym's policy strictly forbids trainers from having any romantic or sexual relationship with clients, especially using gym facilities for such activities. Derek's gym membership was permanently revoked. The manager said his behavior violated multiple policies and created a hostile environment for other members. Derek was mortified. The gym was his primary social space. He'd made friends there, had his whole workout routine established. Being banned destroyed his fitness community. But worse than the gym consequences was everyone knowing. The posters had been seen by dozens of people before being taken down. Screenshots had circulated. People at the gym knew Derek as that guy who was caught cheating based on his fitness tracker data. Derek came to our apartment that evening to get his things. He was furious with me, said I'd handled the situation in the most vindictive way possible, that I could have confronted him privately, broken off the engagement quietly, but instead I'd publicly humiliated him at his gym. He claimed exposing the affair using his fitness tracker data was a violation of his privacy, that syncing our apps was for fitness motivation, not for me to monitor his sex life. that posting detailed heart rate data all over the gym was cruel and excessive. I told him he'd violated our relationship by having an affair, that he'd stupidly documented every session through the fitness tracker we'd synced to stay connected, that if he hadn't wanted his gym to know about his affair, he shouldn't have conducted it at the gym. He said I was vindictive and had destroyed his life over a relationship mistake. I said 2 months of scheduled sex sessions with his personal trainer isn't a mistake. It's a sustained affair. And fitness trackers don't lie. I gave him back his ring. He took his belongings and left. We haven't spoken since, except through lawyers about separating our shared accounts and breaking our apartment lease. The gym community reaction has been mixed. Some people think I did exactly right. Derek and Amanda were using gym facilities inappropriately and deserved to be exposed. Others think I should have handled it privately, rather than posting detailed data publicly. Amanda has reportedly left town. Her personal training career in this city is over. No gym will hire someone fired for sleeping with a client in the training rooms. Derek is working out at a different gym now, but I've heard through mutual friends that he's paranoid about people recognizing him. The story spread beyond our gym through social media. AITA for exposing my fiancé's affair by posting his fitness tracker data at the gym where it happened. Reddit is very split on this. Half say I'm completely justified. Derek conducted an affair at a shared gym using shared facilities. He documented every session through a fitness tracker he'd willingly synced with me. Exposing him at the location where he'd been cheating, using data he'd voluntarily shared, is fair game. Amanda deserved to be fired for violating professional ethics. The other half say I went too far, that discovering the affair and ending the engagement privately would be appropriate, but creating posters with detailed heart rate data and posting them publicly was vindictive, that I humiliated Derek beyond what the affair warranted. Some point out that the gym had a right to know their facilities were being misused, and their trainer was violating ethics policies, that my posters actually served a legitimate purpose in informing the gym of misconduct. Others argue I could have reported Amanda and Derek to management privately, rather than creating public posters that humiliated both of them. Here's my perspective. Derek conducted a 2-month affair with his personal trainer at our shared gym. He used private training rooms meant for legitimate fitness sessions to have sex. He documented every session through the fitness tracker he'd synced with me for motivation and accountability. When I discovered it, I exposed it exactly where it happened, using exactly the data he'd voluntarily shared with me. I didn't hack his phone or violate his privacy. I used fitness data he'd explicitly synced to our shared app. Was it vindictive to post the data publicly? Probably. Was it humiliating? Definitely. But Derek humiliated me by conducting an affair at our shared gym with a trainer everyone knew. I made sure everyone knew the truth using data Derek himself had generated. If he didn't want his affair tracked by heart rate monitors, he shouldn't have synced his fitness tracker with his fiancée. Derek lost his gym, his trainer lost her job, and I ended our engagement. Some people think that's disproportionate revenge. I think it's proportionate accountability. He tracked his affair. I just made the tracking public. Amanda violated professional ethics and got fired. Derek violated our relationship and got publicly exposed. Some say I should have handled it privately. But he conducted it publicly, just behind frosted glass doors. I just made sure the data tracking those sessions became as public as the location where they happened. Derek can complain about privacy and vindictiveness all he wants. His fitness tracker documented his affair. I just shared the data with the community he'd been deceiving. My husband's affair partner didn't know he was married, so I hired her as my lawyer. I'm 38-year-old F, and I just pulled off the most satisfying revenge after discovering my husband's affair. Found out he'd been sleeping with a divorce attorney named Monica for 6 months. She had no idea he was married. He'd told her he was single. Instead of confronting him immediately, I hired Monica as my divorce lawyer without telling her who my husband was. watched her build a devastating case against him for 3 weeks before revealing that she'd been unknowingly sleeping with my husband. She was horrified and became even more ruthless representing me once she knew she'd been lied to. Now my ex claims I manipulated and deceived his affair partner to weaponize her against him. Am I thought for using his affair partner as my divorce attorney without telling her our connection? My husband Greg and I had been married for 12 years. No kids, both working professionals, what I'd thought was a solid marriage. Then, 3 months ago, Greg started acting differently. More attentive to his appearance, constantly checking his phone, working late frequently. Classic affair signs, but I didn't want to believe it. We'd been through rough patches before and always worked through them. I told myself I was being paranoid. Then I found a receipt in his jacket pocket. Expensive jewelry from a boutique downtown. $3,500 necklace. I'd never received any jewelry. Our anniversary had passed months ago. Valentine's Day wasn't for months. There was no occasion I could think of. I checked our credit card statements more carefully. Found other charges. Dinners at romantic restaurants on nights he'd said he was working late. Hotel rooms in our own city. Why would he need a hotel in the city where we lived? More jewelry and gifts. He was having an affair. The evidence was clear. I just needed to know who. I hired a private investigator. Within a week, I had my answer. Monica Chen, 35, divorce attorney at a prominent family law firm downtown. The PI provided photos of them together at restaurants, entering her apartment, clearly intimate. A divorce attorney. My husband was having an affair with a divorce attorney. The irony was almost funny. I looked up Monica's profile. She specialized in high-asset divorces, had excellent reviews, was known for aggressive representation protecting her clients' interests. She'd never lost a case that went to trial. I did more research on Monica. Read interviews where she talked about her career, her passion for helping people escape bad marriages, her belief in fighting for what clients deserved. She seemed principled, dedicated, professional. No mention of a boyfriend or spouse in any of her social media or professional profiles. She appeared single. An idea started forming. A terrible, brilliant, possibly insane idea. What if Monica didn't know Greg was married? What if he'd lied to her, told her he was single or divorced? I had the PI dig deeper. He found that Monica had been introduced to Greg through a friend at a networking event 6 months ago. They'd started dating casually, then it had become more serious. But there was no indication she knew Greg was married. I tested my theory, created a fake social media profile, and messaged Monica as someone considering hiring a divorce attorney. Asked if she handled cases where the husband had hidden assets. She responded professionally, said yes, that was her specialty. I asked, what if the husband has been lying about major things, like claiming he's single when he's actually married? Her response, if someone lies about being married, they'll lie about finances too. That's exactly the kind of person you need aggressive representation against. She didn't know. Monica genuinely didn't know Greg was married. My husband had been having an affair with a divorce attorney who specialized in protecting people from lying spouses, and she had no idea she was sleeping with a lying spouse. The revenge plan crystallized in my mind. I made an appointment with Monica's law firm, requested a consultation about divorcing my husband, didn't give my last name over the phone, just my first name, Sarah. I went to the consultation with evidence of Greg's affair compiled. The credit card statements showing hotels and dinners, the jewelry receipts, the PI photos of Greg with a woman. I'd had the PI blur out the woman's face so Monica wouldn't immediately recognize herself. Monica listened to my story. My husband of 12 years was having an affair, spending marital assets on his affair partner, lying about working late. I wanted a divorce and wanted to ensure I was protected financially. Monica was sympathetic and professional, said this was exactly the kind of case she handled, that men who cheat and lie about it usually hide assets too. that she'd make sure I got everything I deserved. She asked about my husband's name and profession for conflict check purposes. I said his name was Greg, and he worked in commercial real estate. Monica checked her firm's database, said there was no conflict, and she could represent me. Of course, there was no conflict in the database. She wouldn't have entered her boyfriend's information as a potential conflict, since she didn't know he was married. I hired Monica on the spot, paid her retainer, $15,000. She got to work immediately on my case. Over the next 3 weeks, Monica was fantastic. She subpoenaed financial records, documented Greg's affair spending, calculated what I was entitled to in the divorce. She was aggressive, thorough, and clearly invested in making sure Greg paid for his cheating and lying. She had no idea she was building a case against her own boyfriend. Meanwhile, Greg had no idea I knew about the affair or that I'd filed for divorce. I'd moved money to a separate account quietly, documented everything, but hadn't confronted him yet. Monica advised me not to tip him off until we'd secured all the evidence and filed the papers. 3 weeks into Monica representing me, everything was ready. Monica had built an absolutely devastating divorce case. Documented affair, documented financial fraud, Greg had been siphoning money from our joint accounts. Calculated asset division heavily in my favor. She scheduled a meeting to review everything before filing. I asked if we could meet at her office for the final review at 6 p.m. on Friday. Greg was supposed to meet Monica that same evening at 6:30 p.m. She'd told him she had a work meeting until 6:30 and would meet him for dinner after. At 6 p.m., I arrived at Monica's office. She had all the documents laid out, ready to review the final strategy. She was excited, said this was one of the most clear-cut cases she'd handled, that Greg didn't have a chance against the evidence she'd compiled. Then, I told her, "Monica, there's something you need to know. The woman in those blurred photos, the affair partner Greg has been spending money on, that's you." She looked confused. I pulled out the unblurred photos the PI had taken. Monica and Greg together at restaurants, entering her apartment, clearly as a couple. "Greg is your boyfriend. He's been lying to you. He's not single. He's married to me. And you've been building a divorce case against your own affair partner for the past 3 weeks. Monica went pale. She looked at the photos, then at me, then back at the photos. Her hands started shaking. She stammered, "This can't be right. Greg is single. He told me he was divorced 3 years ago. We've been dating for 6 months. He's not married." I pulled out our marriage certificate, showed her photos of our wedding, of us together over the years, proved that Greg and I were legally married and had been throughout his entire relationship with her. Monica was devastated. She immediately said she'd have to withdraw as my attorney, conflict of interest now that she knew she'd been unknowingly involved with Greg. She was mortified, apologizing profusely, saying she'd never have gone out with him if she'd known he was married. I believed her. Monica clearly had no idea. She was a divorce attorney who helped people escape lying spouses. She wasn't the type to knowingly date a married man. I told Monica I didn't want her to withdraw, that I'd specifically hired her without telling her the connection because I knew she'd build a devastating case. That the work she'd done over 3 weeks was exactly what I needed, and now that she knew Greg had lied to her too, I thought she'd be even more motivated to represent me aggressively. Monica hesitated, said ethically it was complicated. She'd been involved with my husband, even if unknowingly. But she was also furious at being lied to. Greg had told her he was single, had been sleeping with her for 6 months, all while married. She agreed to continue representing me under one condition. We'd disclose the affair to the court so there was no question of impropriety. She'd represent me, knowing she'd been the unknowing affair partner, and that fact would be part of the record. I agreed immediately. Monica went from being a good attorney to being absolutely ruthless. She'd been building a strong case before. Now she was building a nuclear case. She added claims about Greg's deception not just to me, but to Monica herself. She documented how Greg had created elaborate lies to maintain dual relationships. When Greg was served with divorce papers, he was shocked. We'd had no confrontation, no discussion, just suddenly he was being served. Then he saw that Monica Chen was listed as my attorney. He called her immediately, furious and panicked. She told him coldly that she was representing his wife in the divorce and he should get his own attorney. Greg showed up at Monica's office demanding to talk. She had security remove him. He called me, asking what was happening. How had I found out about Monica? Why was Monica representing me against him? I told him Monica had been representing me for 3 weeks before I told her she'd been sleeping with my husband. That she'd built an incredible case against him while thinking she was just representing another woman whose husband was cheating. And now that she knew she'd been the unknowing affair partner, she was even more motivated to destroy him in court. Greg was furious. Said I'd manipulated Monica by not telling her the connection up front. That I'd weaponized his affair partner against him by using her as my attorney. That it was unethical and possibly illegal. My response: you lied to both of us. I just made sure your lies worked against you. The divorce proceeded. Monica's case was devastating. She presented evidence of Greg's dual relationships, the financial fraud, the systematic lying to both me and her. The judge was clearly disgusted with Greg's behavior. Settlement. I got the house, 70% of marital assets. Greg had to pay my legal fees and compensate me for the affair-related spending. Monica's fee was $47,000. Greg had to pay all of it. Greg is furious. Claims I manipulated everyone, that I deceived Monica into representing me knowing it would create a conflict, that I orchestrated the whole thing for revenge. Monica and I have actually become friends. We bonded over being lied to by the same man. She says she's never been used as an unwitting weapon in a divorce before, but she's glad she could help. Am I the for hiring my husband's affair partner as my divorce lawyer without telling her she was the affair partner? Reddit is extremely divided. Many say I'm a genius, that Greg lied to both of us, and using Monica's professional skills against him while she didn't know the connection was poetic justice. That once Monica learned the truth, she chose to continue representing me, so no one was forced into anything. Others say I manipulated Monica, that I deliberately created a conflict of interest by hiring her without disclosure, that even though Monica chose to continue after learning the truth, I'd put her in an impossible ethical position. Some point out that Monica was always free to withdraw and didn't, that she made an informed choice to continue representing me even after learning she'd been the affair partner. So there was no manipulation, just strategic timing of information. Others argue the initial 3 weeks were deceptive, and that's what matters, regardless of Monica's choice afterward. Here's my perspective. Greg lied to both of us. He told me he was faithful while cheating. He told Monica he was single while married. I found the person he'd lied to and hired her to help me, without telling her initially that he'd lied to her too. Was that manipulation? Maybe. Was it deceptive? Partially. Did it create the most satisfying revenge scenario possible? Absolutely. Monica built a case against a lying, cheating husband, then learned she'd been lied to by that same husband, then became even more ruthless in representing me. Greg lost his marriage, 70% of his assets, and had to pay $47,000 in legal fees to the woman he'd been sleeping with, who then destroyed him in divorce court. Some people think that's too calculated. I think it's exactly what Greg deserved for lying to 2 women simultaneously. I'm 38, divorced, significantly wealthier than when I started, and friends with my ex-husband's former affair partner, who unknowingly helped me win one of the most lopsided divorce settlements she's ever secured. Greg is 40, divorced, broke, and facing the fact that his affair partner became his wife's weapon against him. Some call it manipulation. I call it justice, with a sense of irony. Monica says it's the most unusual case she's handled, but she doesn't regret representing me. She just wishes I'd told her up front, so she could have enjoyed the irony from the beginning, instead of being shocked 3 weeks in. Fair point, but the look on her face when I showed her the unblurred photos was worth the ethical complications. Greg deceived 2 women. One of them became the other's attorney. He can complain about manipulation all he wants. He eliminated both of us first. I just made sure his lies worked against him in the end.